guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Never gonna come down from above, 'cause everything looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm Laura Winters. Frigid conditions across the United States this Sunday. In Kansas City, Missouri at the playoff game, Patrick Mahomes' helmet shatters in the freeze during the game. His backup helmet also frozen. The weather was way too much for the Miami Dolphins, Kansas City winning the game 26-7. Now, despite all this unbelievably cold weather, Republican presidential hopefuls on the campaign trail in Iowa ahead of the caucuses tomorrow night. Sound from former President Trump, Nikki Haley, and Ron DeSantis.
It's going to be a little bit of a trek. Nobody knows how exactly we're going to get there, but we're going to figure it out.
This is an unbelievable amount of snow, but we are going to continue to try and touch as many people as we can.
I was shocked at how many people were willing to come, given how much snow's on the ground, but I'm going to use every minute I can to be able to win votes.
To the Middle East now, where it's the 100-day mark of the Hamas terrorist attack in Israel, families demanding the return of the more than 100 hostages kidnapped back on October 7th. The American media virtually silent on reporting on them. There appears to be no end in sight to the fighting. Anti-Israel protests going on in Washington, D.C., where the demonstrators calling for a permanent ceasefire to end the war in Gaza. In USA Business News, car rental giant Hertz announcing it's selling about 20,000 electric vehicles, about a third of its fleet. The company says people just aren't renting the EVs and they cost a fortune to fix. But if you are in the market to own one, though, some solid deals on Hertz's website for car sales. Tesla models available and electric sedans selling for about half of what they were when they were new, so about $25,000 in many cases. The federal government, by the way, offers about a $4,000 incentive check reimbursement for drivers who purchase a used EV. This is USA News.
Greece is cheap.
But the airfare costs a fortune.
Paris?
Not much closer, and again, airfare...
What about Puerto Vallarta?
Let's face it, flying anywhere is just too expensive.
Wait, what's this? low-cost airlines.
With one call to low-cost airlines, you'll drastically slash your travel costs. We're talking insanely low airline prices to any of your favorite destinations. Where would you like to go? London, Rome, Costa Rica, Australia?
Wow, that's cheap.
So why wait? Call now to learn how crazy cheap it is to fly anywhere in the U.S. or international. Our prices are so low, we can't publish them. The only way to get them is to call to instantly hear the most amazing best deals on airline travel. It's that easy. So call now and start packing.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
The city of Chicago struggling with housing illegal aliens, the city being accused by taxpayers, many who are lifelong Democrats, of prioritizing migrants over its residents. Chicago spending a whopping $156 million on migrant housing and care since October of 2022. The Biden administration doing absolutely nothing to stop the flow at our southern border with Mexico. USA Business News now, Detroit's North American International Auto Show moving back to January of 2025 after a less than stellar showing in the month of September, where it's been held over the past 2 years. In USA Sports, the University of Alabama picking Washington's Kalen DeBoer to replace legendary coach Nick Saban. He's flown to Alabama late Friday night to meet with the team. Here's USA's Tim Berg on the story.
The college football landscape will be changing forever. Nick Saban is moving on to the next chapter in his life. The Alabama head coach has announced his retirement. In a statement released late Wednesday, Saban said that the 17 years spent in Tuscaloosa weren't just about wins and losses, but about legacy and how they went about it. The goal has always been to help players create more value for their future. He went on to say Alabama will always be considered home. I'm Tim Berg.
And I'm Laura Winters, USA News.
Do you have a story to tell? Bring your story to life with audiobooks. Great stories deserve great storytelling. Audiobook Network provides professional voice actors and full production services for every author's manuscript. From narration, production, and editing to distribution, promotion, and sales, Audiobook Network handles everything. If you have a print book, ebook, or even a manuscript, call Audiobook Network now and get our free audiobook guide. 800-734-1229. 800-734-1229.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Somebody throw another log on the fire, will you? Burger. Well, hi there. Are you ready to roll? Ready or not, here we go. As we close out the weekend, another one already. Smack dab in the middle of January. We will work our way into January 15 of 2024 from time zone to time zone on a bitterly cold night, following it up on a bitterly cold weekend. I don't know about you. I could use a little global warming right about now. What do you say? Oh boy, yeah, cold is the word. And for some, it's It's only going to get colder as we start the new week. Some of the coldest air in years for parts of the country, and snow for parts of the country that don't often see a lot of snow. And that is underway tonight, as we've got winter storm warnings stretching from northeast Texas, northern Louisiana, southern half of Arkansas, northern Mississippi, northern Alabama, the northwest corner of Georgia. Winter storm warnings enveloping the entire state of Tennessee, eastern portions of Kentucky, western portions of West Virginia and Virginia tonight. And hard freeze warnings extending all the way into southern Texas. This is what you call an Arctic outbreak, yes indeed. Well, first of all, welcome aboard. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Looking at clear skies, according to my computer, says it is 6 degrees, a whopping 6. Well, it's on the plus side rather than negative, but yeah, single digits outside the secret bunker. This Arctic outbreak delivering some record-setting frigid air to parts of the country, including the Deep South, and this is going to be an elongated event Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Daily records for mid-January could be broke from Washington State to the Gulf Coast. Now, the first plunge of cold air already surged southward through the plains at a reporting station near Rainsford, Montana. That was these are actual air temperatures now, not wind chills. Minus 43 Friday morning. Watson Lake, British Columbia, Canada, hitting minus 57 degrees. Dickinson, North Dakota, registered a minus 66 wind chill early Saturday morning. Even more brutal, Lupin in Canada's Northwest Territories at minus 77 wind chill as we kicked off the weekend. Now, an even stronger cold blast is now surging southward through the plains in the Midwest before working its way toward the southeast and finally the East Coast by midweek this week. Yeah, we can see how far below average these temperatures are. In some places, it's 40, 50 degrees below where you would normally be this time of year. How cold is it gonna get? Well, during the coldest days, lows in the 20s, perhaps teens, all the way down along the northern Gulf Coast from East Texas to northern Florida. Teens, perhaps a few single-digit lows expected even in the Deep South. Sub-zero temperatures as far south as parts of the Texas-Oklahoma Panhandle region and northern Arkansas. Lows in the minus 20s range as far south as Iowa and Nebraska. Yes, some lows in Montana will again reach minus 40 degrees. Now, the daily records, coldest for the calendar day. We saw some of those over the weekend, and as we start the new week, parts of the plains and the Deep South, Monday through Wednesday. Among some of the notables here, Chicago's O'Hare Airport can plunge into the minus teens for the first time since the January of 2019 cold outbreak. Could fail to get above zero during the day for highs today and or Tuesday. Now, Oklahoma City, you may plunge below zero for the first time since the historic February 2021 cold outbreak. That said, we don't really expect this outbreak to match the ferocity of either the January 2019 or February of 21 outbreaks. But the winds we dealt with over the weekend, not nearly as strong now, thank goodness, but we saw some wind chills in the northern plains in the minus 40s, 50s, even 60s at times. So in some of these areas, the coldest air during the first half of the week here. Of course, today a holiday for many, MLK Day. Parts of the South, including Oklahoma City, Dallas, and Nashville, could see several days in a row with daytime highs below freezing. Now, yet another blast of cold air is expected into many of these same areas late week that could last into the weekend of January 20th and 21st, next weekend. Now, beyond that, some moderating of the cold possible, especially in the northern U.S. during the week of the 22nd. But with that said, it's going to be just downright cold pretty much all week long. And again, the snows are underway in the deep south. Now, we're not talking, in some areas, when you get an inch or two in the deep south, that's enough to bring things to a standstill. There are areas looking at, say, 3 to 5 inches. This is going to be, a shutter down in areas of the deep south. At this hour, the snow, the northern edge right along the Ohio, Kentucky, West Virginia line. Some flakes may be falling in the Charleston area. Snow from Bowling Green, Kentucky to Nashville, back into Memphis, Tennessee, Pine Bluff, Arkansas. There's going to be some icing scenarios as well in parts of the deep south. Bitter cold. Now, you're going to want to keep your cold weather gear handy to reduce the risk of frostbite and hypothermia in the deep south. This bitter cold could threaten livestock, as well as individuals who don't have proper shelter or heating. Communities along the Gulf Coast into the Tennessee Valley. Brisk temperatures. Houston, Jackson, Mississippi, Birmingham, Alabama. Dipping into the 30s at times this week during the daytime. Overnight lows in the teens or 20s. Folks across the South, you've been urged throughout the weekend, make sure your homes are adequately prepped for the bitter cold, wrapping the exposed pipes, disconnecting, covering exterior hose spigots. Even Floridians, you're not going to miss out on the chilly conditions. Expected to drop between 10 and 20 degrees from early to midweek. Temperatures starting out with widespread 60s in the north to 80s in southern Florida. You'll fall into the upper 40s in the Panhandle, lower 70s all the way into the southern tip of Florida. Cities like Tallahassee projected to trend from daytime highs near 70 degrees here for Monday. You'll just be in the upper 40s by Wednesday. Overnight temperatures into the 20s and 30s across the northern third of the state. By late week, conditions expected to gradually turn warmer across the Sunshine State, closer to your typical mid-January values, but they could trend cooler once again over the next weekend. This amplified southward dip in the jet stream across the center of the nation, not only bringing in waves of Arctic air this week that can challenge records across the central states, but also the stormy stretch across the Mississippi and Tennessee valleys. This is going to be the first storm with snow and ice to extend its reach into the southern states this year. That's going to pose added challenges for the out-of-winter driving practice travelers. Through Monday night, we'll be looking at 1 to 3 inches of accumulation from southern Missouri, eastern Oklahoma, northeastern Texas, through the Tennessee Valley and on into the Appalachians. Travel will be difficult in areas that see the freezing rain, sleet, or snow. Watch out those overpasses, those bridges. They'll be the ones to ice up initially. There will be a swath of 3 to 6 inches from southern Arkansas, southern and eastern Tennessee, into parts of West Virginia. Some of the higher elevations may see actually a foot of snow. Now, forecasters say the flakes could reach parts of central Tennessee, including Nashville, overnight, which, indeed, it is snowing in Nashville. 2 to 4 inches in the forecast for the Music City. As the storm advances east, snow spreads across areas of Virginia, West Virginia by the afternoon hours Monday. In addition to the challenges of accumulating snow and frigid conditions, we're going to be warning that this storm could also spread a swath of ice from central Texas to far southeastern Tennessee late Sunday into Monday night, so pretty much through the upcoming day. Cities on track to maybe see some ice across Texas will include Dallas, Austin, San Antonio, Tyler, and even all the way down into parts of the Houston area. Now, as we know, ice, even a thin coating, can create hazardous conditions for travelers. Motorists are being encouraged to stay off the roads if possible. Ice accumulation on tree limbs and power lines may result in power outages across that region. You couple that with the dangerous cold that's in place, power outages, a lack of heat, could quickly create a hazardous situation for residents there. This record-challenging cold is going to grip the region for several days. Obviously, a spike in heating needs, stress on the electrical grid. We've already got some advisories coming out of Texas is concerned here. Yeah, we've been watching U.S. natural gas falling to an 11-month low over the weekend. In Texas, the grid operator, the Electric Reliability Council of Texas, forecasting right now electric demand Tuesday of this week could actually top last summer's all-time high, and warned power supplies could fall short both today, Monday, and Tuesday. Now, the Electric Reliability Council of Texas said operating conditions were normal Sunday. They've got ways to increase supplies and reduce usage if necessary. That would include calls for conservation, programs that encourage businesses to use on-site generators if available. The drop in U.S. natural gas availability so far has been the most in over a year. Supplies are on track to fall by about 9.6 billion cubic feet per day from January the 8th to the 14th. We're closing that out. That decline so far, small compared with gas supply losses during the winter storm Elliott back in December of 22. Either way, electricity supply and demand forecasts can change quickly as power plant availability and weather patterns develop. We all remember February of 21 that left millions of Texas residents without power, water, and heat for days, resulting in over 200 deaths. Now, they've been scrambling since then to prevent a grid collapse after an unusual large amount of generation was shut down. Either way, demand is soaring. They are stating they could see demand outstripping supply both Monday and Tuesday of this week in parts of Texas. We'll give you more on that coming up here, but yeah, bitterly cold. We'll check in with who we got on board as we roll into a Monday coming up, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right.
right, Philly Dan says, yes, it is that time again. Hope everybody had a great weekend. There's a rock pick. Good morning, Steve. Truckers, third shift workers, and wise old night owls out there. Currently, Rochester International, light snow, 14 degrees. Anyway, happy Monday, all you hard-working Americans. It's time to pay for the holidays, right? Let's go Buffalo and watch out for the other driver. Stay safe and enjoy. Good afternoon. Hammer down, be safe. Larry checks in 26 degrees at the New York-New Jersey state line, headed for Hartford, Connecticut tonight. All right, Marianna's on board. Back's feeling a little sore tonight. Okay, well, good to have you with us. I hope you had a good weekend. Morning, Steve. Hope you have a great week. Now it's back to doing what you do best. There's Jeffrey there in New York City. Hope you had a good weekend as well. Stephen, good evening. Colder than a well-digger's you-know-what tonight from Batman. The Michigan Madman. Let's see. Matthew Stafford still cannot win a playoff game in Detroit. Hello, everybody, from the Michigan Madman. Pappy's on board. A nippy 8 degrees on the Cruiser Dash in the far southwest side of Hamilton County, Ohio. It's the greatest day of the week. Let's get it started. Saddle up, Nocturnal listeners, and dial it up at 844-844-3388. Somewhere deep beneath the Earth's crust is the Hotshot Secret hidden bunker. Mr. Summers will take your call and put it over the airwaves for all of us nocturnal listeners. Throw another log on the fire. Warm up the hot cocoa or coffee and sit back and enjoy the show. For all you big truckers behind the wheel out there, hammer down, keep it between the spotted and the solid. Are you with me? Brain dead, what do you got? Morning, Steve. Dingbat and myself hunkered down tonight. The roads around Memphis is a mess. Travel is not advised. We've got 10 degrees at the Memphis International Airport. Wind chill -4. It's still snowing lightly as we have about 1.5 inches to 2 thus far, or as you Yankees would call it, a light day. Still calling for another 1 to 2 for the upcoming day. But it looks like we finally get that white Christmas after all. Just a few weeks late, but yeah, like I said, areas that don't often see a lot of snow, and that's shutting things down there. Good morning from the home 20 in Pittsburgh, PA. It's a chilly 12 degrees. Brian, good to have you with us. Everyone stay safe and stay warm out there. Well, Kentucky Ken checking in for the first time in quite a while. Hello, Kentucky Ken.
Good morning, Steve Summers. How are you?
I'm doing well.
You doing all right?
I'm doing well. Yes, I know you're making some changes.
Yes, I am. I decided I had a couple of friends I lost this last year, and they were younger than me, and I thought, you know what? The sciatica has just gotten worse and worse and worse, and I started in January seeing a chiropractor, and it's helped some. It's not totally gone, but made the decision that I was, turned 62, and I was going to start taking my Social Security, so I'm limited on the amount of income I can make, so I thought, well, I like every job I've ever had my entire life has been outside, and I wanted to continue that. So I have been hired to drive children to school and got my passenger endorsement and a school bus endorsement, and I'm going to do that over here in Northern Kentucky. So it's going to be a big, big change. But I'm also, the company that I was working for, they have something called an ambassador program, and the owner actually called me and wanted me to stay part-time. So probably in the summer or when we're on breaks or different things where I'm not committed, I'm going to, I'll still pull a load now and then if freight gets back to where they need a little help. So, yeah, a lot of big changes going on, but I'm excited about it. It was nice being off the last 2 weeks in December, and I think, it's just time to start slowing down a little bit.
Well, driving a school bus, that'll keep you closer to home. You'll be in your own bed every night, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
That'll be a change.
That'll be nice. Yeah, that won't be bad. And, the reality of it is, that really the last year that truck kicked my butt. I mean, it just did. And when I went to the doctor about the sciatica, he said, well, Kenny, what do you expect? You're driving across the country and blah, blah, blah. So I just started thinking, and then, losing those friends at such a early age in life, I don't want to be, I want to enjoy some of it, So I'm excited about it. I've ridden with several routes already, and they have like 7 bus routes. They got administrators and mechanics that are doing like double duty because they just don't have the people to fill it. And apparently it's not.
I know one thing you get a lot of in northern Kentucky is a lot of snow days. But hey, we got to pause there. We'll return after this.
USA News. I'm Ryan Daniels. The Pentagon's Inspector General being tasked now to look back over how the Defense Department handled Secretary Lloyd Austin's recent hospitalization. Pentagon spokesman Pat Ryder says
whether the DoD's policies and procedures are sufficient to ensure timely and appropriate notifications and the effective transition of authorities as may be warranted.
President Biden and other top officials did not learn of Austin's hospitalization for prostate cancer until days after the fact. In Congress, many House conservatives are saying not so fast to an earlier announced spending deal. Democratic Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer says there is still much work to do to avert at least a partial government shutdown.
I am taking the first procedural step for the Senate to pass a temporary extension of government funding so the government does not shut down.
Schumer and new Republican House Speaker Mike Johnson had announced last Sunday that they had arrived at an agreement on spending. This is your
attention, small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested.
Call Steve now at 844-844-3388.
The Overnight Drive.
Hello to Daniel, checking in from Miles City, Montana. He said they're at minus 13 right now. Hello to Cookie, listening in for a while. Warm wishes to all the truckers out there tonight. Hello to Scrapyard, waving all five at you from the home 20. I ran Saturday due to today's weather here in Arkansas. Got a minus 3 wind chill out there right now. It's so cold, I saw a possum wearing a parka. All right, that's chilly. Hello to Chip. Hey there, Chipster. Hello, Stephen. David, Pappy Paul. Hello, Pappy. Everybody stay warm. Yeah. Hope you're doing well. Chip, Happy New Year. 13 degrees just south of Fort Worth, Texas tonight. Tim says, I'm off tonight. All you drivers, be safe out there and keep it shiny side up. Hello to Tina. Hello, brother-in-law. Have a good show. See, people in the South, when they don't see snow very often, and they get pretty excited about it. She said, I hope it snows in Georgia. I know they're in the northwest corner. I think you're in the zone where they're saying you may see 3 to 5. Obviously, some of those mountaintops are going to get ugly. Copy the mail from 5-7 this morning. Let me get back to Kentucky, Ken. All right, had to take care of business there. But so when do you start driving the school bus? Do you? I guess today's a holiday, so.
Yeah. This morning's a holiday, so. What they do is I did from the 3rd through Friday, I did all my classroom training. It's amazing how much training you do. You do, like I would go out on a route, say 6 a.m, and then I would get back about 9. Then would train from like 9 to 12. And then there's several, I think I have like 3 more training modules that I have to do online that but it touches everything under the sun. If like medication, and if somebody has a seizure, if you have to use a EpiPen or whatever, there's just all kinds of training involved. So I got through all that. Then you have to the next couple of weeks, like tomorrow, I'll go on a route and then start the driving portion of it. And you're not allowed, even though I got my it's a temporary permit for school bus and passenger. You have to take another road test, which I'm not worried about the driving portion of it at all.
Sure.
But you have to do things certain way, like putting on your amber lights and picking up the kids, and once I get through that, then I'll test with somebody from the state, and after that, they'll put me on a route. So I'm anticipating you have to have a certain amount of driving time with the trainer on the bus before picking up pupils. So I'm saying probably within 2 weeks I'll be out on the route is my guess.
Okay.
But it's I didn't want to quit work. There's a need to do it. I need to, like I said, not only need to, but wanted to slow down just a touch, because, I've always had, I've listened to you forever. I listened to your dad. I've always had a heart as a trucker. Even, when I was policing, I just, I always enjoyed and had a respect for big trucks and what they do. And as much as I didn't want to give up my CDLs and all that stuff. And then when the company basically said, hey, if we get in a pinch, can, you do a load down there? I'm like, absolutely.
Sure.
So it's time, and I know we're pretty close in age, but you start realizing that, hey, I'm not going to be here forever. And, you want to enjoy some of it, even if it's something that you love what you do. You want to slow down a little,
Sure. Absolutely.
So, yeah. So that was my feeling. And, like I said, losing a couple of friends at such a young age, I'm like, you can make all the money you want to make, but if you got to enjoy life. And it wasn't that I was disappointed in life, but I mean, I want to start just slowing down a little, and that's what I'm going to shoot for. So it'll be a different gig for sure. So, and I figure, I'll get 5 months to try it, and if I don't like it, I'll do something else.
Yeah.
I really think I like it. I really do. Just from what I've seen so far, everybody's just been so nice and helpful, and I think it'd be a good gig. I mean, I'll miss hearing the first part of your show, but I've tried to call in a couple of times and just couldn't get through. It was busy mornings right before Christmas, and then right after Christmas, and then I'm still getting up in the middle of the night, but I just not running all night. You know what I'm saying?
Right, yeah. So we won't have Kentucky Ken listening in all night long like we used to. But,
right, yeah. Be the podcast. I'll be getting a lot on there. So, but it's still good. I appreciate what you do and what everybody does, and I thank you for doing that. I always do a great job and a great service to the people out all night. So, but I wanted to call in once I got my feet settled a little bit, and we're getting there now. So, wanted to just report in to you a little bit there, Steve.
Well, I appreciate the update. Hope you had a good Christmas, and Happy New Year, all that good stuff. It's just the first time we talked.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah, Happy New Year to everybody, and I'll stay in touch down there. I I'm still more of a night guy than a day guy. That's
right.
For sure.
All right. Well, thank you for checking in, and stay warm, Ken. It's cold out there.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, it is. Have a great one, Steve.
There
Talk
you
to
go.
soon.
Underway, a brand new week. All right. Who else checking in here? Good morning, Steve. The overnight listeners, currently 12 degrees, feels like -2 here in Fort Worth, Texas. See, you have cold even into the deep south, and it's even going to get lower. Let's see. Dave says, we've got ice from Little Rock all the way down past Monroe, Louisiana. All right, so the sleet, the freezing rain, nasty stuff. Watch those bridges and overpasses. Be careful. Good evening, everyone, from West Monroe, Louisiana. We're at 23, feels like 13 at this hour. Steven says, hope we get a little snow in Virginia, so the Department of Highway gives me a call to get the plow trucks out on the road. That's a moneymaker, right? There you go. Hello, Miss Millie. Morning, Steve, the overnight crew. Hope everybody had a great weekend. Everybody stay safe during this bad weather. And be blessed out there. All right, a couple of others rolled down the line. There's Tim. So cold up here in Michigan. We had to go out and chip dogs off the fire hydrants. That's cold. All right, Buffalo Bills, wild card game against the Steelers. Called off Sunday. If you've seen the lake effect snow machine that had kicked in this past day, saw some of the video where they were showing this is what the conditions would have been at kickoff time, and it was not. It would not have been a pretty scene. There's just no way they could pull it off. The game has been moved to later today. I believe it's a 4:30 kickoff. Now, there's still going to be some issues, they say, because the snow has continued to fall. New York's governor said we want our Bills to win, but we don't want 60,000, 70,000 people traveling to a football game in horrible conditions. Officials advised residents this past day, stay off the roads. That pretty much kicked in Saturday night. They had actually a driving ban that took effect 9 o'clock Saturday evening. So the game, all right, there it is, 4:30 Monday afternoon. Hochul said she started talking with the NFL late last week about the possibility of having to reschedule that game from her hometown of Buffalo. She closed the news conference by saying, "Go Bills." NFL and the Bills issued a statement citing public safety concerns as the reason, obviously pushing the game back by a day. Forecast for the Buffalo area called for heavy snow, winds as high as 65 miles an hour Saturday, 1 to 2 feet or more snow eventually piling up. Of course, the National Weather Service had issued winter storm warnings lasting through 7 o'clock this morning, Monday morning, saying travel will be very difficult to impossible at times. With the combination of the snow, the strong winds, the near-zero visibility, much of that storm was kind of concentrated in a very narrow band of lake-effect snow, hovering over Buffalo's southern suburbs, which includes the Bills' home there in Orchard Park. So the Steelers actually pushed back their travel plans, and they should be in Buffalo now. They made their way to Buffalo there on Sunday. Meanwhile, it is 844-844-3388 on the greatest day of the week. What do you say? How was your weekend? How cold is it where you are? Not too bad yet?
No, it's balmy 32 degrees here, Alexandria, Virginia. But I can see a snowplow there, so apparently Virginia's called out the contractors. Snowplow is all out with this big blade on the front, a big pile of salt in the back, so I don't know. You got a caller there that says he's waiting for his phone call. He checked to make sure his battery's charged there or something. I don't know. But now I've been about 32 degrees all night here. Actually, it's warmed up because it was about 28 when I left the house up in northern Maryland here. So the time we got done doing everything we did and come around the Delmarva and riding out towards, can I say the name of this town on the radio? I don't know. Can I say Manassas on the radio?
Yeah, you just did. That's fine.
All right. I wanted to be careful before I said Manassas there, Virginia, on your radio show. But anyways, that's kind of the direction we're headed. So, kind of down here before the storm, I guess, because they're still talking 1 to 3 there for the Baltimore area, a little bit to the north. More to the west, though. They're talking 6-8 inches there out to the west, and out in western Maryland, they already got a good coating there. Saturday, Sunday, they were the end of that lake effect, I guess. No, there's another salt shaker there. He's staging himself in position on a ramp. So they're out here. They're getting ready. They've been doing all the pre-treatment for the last 2 days. Got that magnesium chloride and just put it in a big tanker truck and poke holes in the bottom of it and go out and drive it around until it's empty and put corks in the bottom and then go back out and do it all over again. And I tell you what, I've been going down these roads there with headlights behind me. It looked like I'm driving across the Great Salt Flats, Your Honor. There's just a plume of salt just flying in the air back there. Oh my, it's ugly. I don't know. I've never driven on roads in the wintertime that are so bad a condition since they started putting this pre-treatment on the highways. I don't know if it causes it start to melt when it first makes contact, and then it causes the ice, and then you get the snow on the ice, and at some point when you get a decent amount of snow, it seems like you're driving in like oatmeal, non-sticky oatmeal. I've never had seen such poor driving conditions on the highways since they started doing that. So I much prefer them just to leave it all alone and just let the snow fall, and especially if you get a nice packy snow, heck, you got all kinds of traction in packable snow. So anyways, so they didn't end up playing in Buffalo up there then, huh? Of course, we've seen the weather in Buffalo before, in the Buffalo, Western New York region, and some days you'll get 7 feet of snow in Buffalo, and heck, you get down there by Orchard Park, they're lucky if they got 6 inches. And it can be completely the other way around there. Mm-hmm. They'll get 3, 4, 5 feet of snow down there, Orchard Park, and down south there towards Jamestown, which, if anybody doesn't know, that's actually the hometown of Lucille Ball. And but you get back up to Buffalo and Niagara Falls, and heck, they're lucky if probably the sun's shining up there. So the lake effect snow is just crazy out in that Western New York area there. But anyways, before I come out there, I was eating dinner and I flipped on the TV and saw the Green Bay Packers had a pretty good handle on the Dallas Cowboys there for a while, and I don't know what happened there towards the end of the game. I think the Packers kind of, I don't know if they brought out their kids to play in their places or what happened, but Dallas actually started a little bit, so it was kind of a one-way game there for a while.
Yeah, final was 48-32. Packers indeed won that game. So
yeah, so what they were like the number 7, weren't they, on the for the wild card teams? And they the Cowboys were like way better, and weren't the Cowboys like 12-9 or something, and the Packers were like 9-7 or
anything can happen on any given Sunday, right?
Yeah, that's right. So anyways, I don't know, not a whole lot much other than that going on. I haven't seen anything to really bother anybody yet. Things, as I say, are pretty quiet, and really not talking about anything really bad here starting, I guess maybe down this way, maybe something today. They said might be some light snow in the Baltimore area, but most everything's coming in Monday afternoon, Monday night into Tuesday, and so 1 to 3 by then or something. So we'll have to see how it all plays out with that.
Well, as far as snow goes in our area, we're kind of like, I guess, threading the needle. The big storm over the weekend, all the snow was pretty much north of us. We got some snow showers, but road conditions weren't bad. Now this latest system coming up through parts of Kentucky, but south of us, so we're missing out. And I'm not going to complain at this point. But I thought this was supposed to be like a La Nina winter and a mild winter for this region of the country. I don't know about you, but this ain't mild.
Yeah, I mean, until we get to Wednesday morning, they're talking that it's supposed to be, into the teens and that for Wednesday morning. So I guess that's going to be our coldest day, and I don't think it's supposed to be more than a day or so by the time it all gets over and done with. So I guess we'll go from there and see what we got after that. So. But other than that, that's about all we got to report for you here in the beginning on this.
All right.
The greatest day of the week.
Yeah, we haven't heard from Captain Ron to fill us in on the greatest day of the week, have we? I mean, he's chilly down, even down in the Sunshine State there. All right, yeah, Wild Card Weekend. Well, we got technically there's 2 games yet to be played on Wild Card Weekend. It'll be kind of like a doubleheader Monday Night Football with the Buffalo versus Pittsburgh game. 4:30 this Monday afternoon. The originally scheduled Monday night game between the Buccaneers and the Eagles coming up tonight, Monday night, 8:15 Eastern.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, the Texans easily took care of the Cleveland Browns over the weekend. Saturday, 45-14, the final. Of course, then we ultimately got to witness, well, if you got your subscription to Peacock, Kansas City Chiefs versus the Miami Dolphins. That turned out to be ultimately the 4th coldest game in NFL history Saturday night. With the bitter wind chills that made it feel even colder at kickoff, fans bundled up, snow pants, ski goggles, parkas. Yeah, temperature for the wild card playoff game was -4. Wind gusts up to 27 miles per hour made for a wind chill of -27 degrees. Yeah, that shattered the record for the coldest game in Arrowhead Stadium history, which had been 1 degree set back in 1983's game against Denver and matched again in 2016 against Tennessee. Either way, the coldest game remains -13 air temperature for the 1967 NFL Championship, when the Packers beat the Cowboys at Lambeau Field, game that came to be known as the Ice Bowl. Wind chill that day was as low as minus 48, they say. Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs handled the elements better, obviously, than the visitors from southern Florida, beating the Dolphins 26-7. Yeah, Kansas City's quarterback said it was cold. I'm not going to lie, it was cold. At the end of the day, you got to be mentally tough enough, though, that if something doesn't work, I'm going to come back and keep firing. Bitter cold didn't seem to bother fans. Among them was Taylor Swift in her puffy coat. Many fans began showing at the parking gates more than 12 hours before kickoff Saturday. I mean, tailgating right in the street. Now, while there was less tailgating than usual, the typical smell of pregame barbecue still wafting through the parking lots there. It was a cold one. It is 844-844-3388. Get a new week underway. Good to have you on board. Back to your calls coming up after the news break.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Laura Winters. This Sunday, we begin in the Middle East, where it's the 100-day mark of the Hamas terrorist attack in Israel. Families demanding the return of the more than 100 hostages still being held that were kidnapped on October 7th. The American media virtually silent on reporting on them. There appears to be no end in sight to the fighting. Anti-Israel protests in Washington, D.C. calling for a permanent ceasefire to end the war in Gaza. To politics now. Despite freezing cold temperatures, candidates campaigning in Iowa this Sunday, a historic cold forecast for Monday night during the caucuses. So how are the candidates responding to the weather? First, you'll hear from former President Donald Trump, then Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis.
It's going to be a little bit of a trek. Nobody knows how exactly we're going to get there, but we're going to figure it out.
This is an unbelievable amount of snow, but we are going to continue to try and touch as many people as we can.
We have a lot of people that we have signed up to commit to for us over many months. I think they're motivated, they're passionate, and they're going to show up. What about the broader electorate? I just don't know, but I'm confident our people are going to come out strong.
In other news, President Biden in Pennsylvania.
What do you say to members of your own party who are saying you needed congressional authorization for last night's strike?
They're wrong, and I sent up this morning when the strikes occurred exactly what happened.
President Biden calls the strikes against the Houthi rebels in Yemen a success. The president on a campaign stop at a school in Allentown, Pennsylvania. The DoD, Department of Defense, says to expect some sort of Houthi rebel retaliation, but the group, backed by Iran, has been attacking ships in the Red Sea for months. The Biden administration, along with military partners in Britain, finally carrying out massive strikes in Yemen. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
The city of Chicago struggling with housing illegal aliens, the city being accused by taxpayers, many who are lifelong Democrats, of prioritizing migrants over its residents. Chicago spending a whopping $156 million on migrant housing and care since October of 2022. The Biden administration doing absolutely nothing to stop the flow at our southern border with Mexico. USA Business News now. Detroit's North American International Auto Show moving back to January of 2025 after a less than stellar showing in the month of September, where it's been held over the past 2 years. In USA Sports, the University of Alabama picking Washington's Kalen DeBoer to replace legendary coach Nick Saban. He's flown to Alabama late Friday night to meet with the team. Here's USA's Tim Berg on the story.
The college football landscape will be changing forever. Nick Saban is moving on to the next chapter in his life. The Alabama head coach has announced his retirement. In a statement released late Wednesday, Saban said that the 17 years spent in Tuscaloosa weren't just about wins and losses, but about legacy and how they went about it. The goal has always been to help players create more value for their future. He went on to say Alabama will always be considered home. I'm Tim Berg.
And I'm Laura Winters, USA News.
Omaha Steaks Burger Perfection Flight, made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks, rewrites the book on burgers. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout for an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping when you order the $79.99 Burger Perfection Flight. A fantastic array of pure ground steak on a bun burger greatness. For $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight, use promo code TREAT at checkout at omahasteaks.com and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
here we go. Round number 2. Or shall we say hour number 2 on a Monday. Working our way into a brand new day. MLK Day, and a cold one to boot. We got checking in. Martin says, good morning all. It's 1 degree, minus 15 wind chill here in Lima, Ohio. I'm back on nights for the next 3 months, so I finally get to listen live. It was good to hear Spaceman the other morning. Always be safe, right? Stay warm, right? Rubber Duck says, good morning, Burr. Stay safe. Boss says it's too cold for the hydraulics tonight. Of course, we talked to Kentucky Ken last hour. Stay safe and warm. Thanks for taking my call, Steve Summers, and doing what you do. Yes, indeed, and good luck on your new endeavor there. Michael says, we got winter storm warning here till 6 p.m. Alan, minus 6 here in Pleasant Lake, Michigan, with a wind chill 25 below. Go Lions. And love the show. Thank you so much. It is caucus day in Iowa. Yes, and a cold one. Now, despite the record cold forecast for Iowa for today's first in the nation caucus, Arizona's Republican Senate candidate Kari Lake predicting that the record-breaking will actually be former President Trump's margin of victory today. The greatest victory we've ever seen historically in Iowa since 1972 in the caucus, when there's been a crowded field. The largest we've seen is a 12-point victory. I think Trump will surpass that. But we can't go out and act like it's going to be a blowout and not show up. That's the one thing I worry about. We got to get out there, Iowa. You got to get out there and show up. Assume it's a 1-point victory. Get out there. Now, of course, Lake is an Iowa native, stumping for Trump amid the winter storm with the freezing temperatures. But the cold temperatures will only make Trump's extreme voter enthusiasm surpass all challengers in the state, she says. Iowans are tough, and I know that because I grew up here. This is my home state, you know. January is one of the coldest months here. People are tough, though. They got the warm clothes, and they're ready to get out Monday. The enthusiasm for Trump is off the charts right now. We know how the polling has looked, and people are going to show up. I mean, the support he has right now goes a mile deep. The other guys that support, they go an inch deep. So if anyone's going to stay home because it's cold, it's going to be supporters of the other guy, she predicted. But I have faith the folks here in Iowa understand history will be made Monday. And they're going to start the trajectory of getting our country back on track and saving this great nation. Yeah, the love for Trump was forged over many years and not just a function of hitting 99 counties and a glad-handing tour, she said. The people of this state love President Trump. They really do. They know what he did for them during his first 4 years as president. In 3 years, he brought this state more than 22,000 new jobs, more than half of them in manufacturing. Conversely, Biden lost this state a couple thousand jobs. So they know he helped make ethanol a year-round fuel and actually was helping in making us energy independent. They know he had the courage, the spine to take on the Chinese Communist Party, which was doing so much damage to the Iowan economy. And he had the courage to take him on. He got rid of the estate tax that was preventing family farms from staying in the family. He did so much for this beautiful state. And there's a relationship and a love that Iowa has with President Trump. He doesn't have to hit every 99 counties. Trump was forced to cancel rallies Friday and Saturday due to the snowstorm, but returning to the state to host an Indianola, Iowa rally this past afternoon, 2 o'clock Sunday afternoon. Meanwhile, in the state of Iowa, the Attorney General there, Brenna Bird, said she anticipates a resounding win for Trump tonight, Monday night, caucus night, highlighting his significant lead in the polls, which surpasses the records of past caucus winners. I think President Trump's going to win big on caucus night. He's pulling it well above that. So my prediction is I think Trump is going to take first, second, and third place. He's going to have such a big historic win, and I think it'll be over. In an interview on Wake Up America, she emphasized the significance of Iowa as the first contest, urging people, exercise your right to vote. Do not take Trump's lead for granted. That's the message they're all kind of putting out. My biggest concern is people just don't take the lead for granted. Make sure you get out there and make your vote count, because that's the one that really matters. But she expressed confidence in Trump's popularity among diverse groups in the state, dismissed the possibility of caucus night surprises. Although she did acknowledge the state does have a history of some unexpected outcomes. Yeah, things can happen. I don't think we'll have any surprises in Iowa. Trump's way ahead, she said. Now, she also weighed in on a separate matter, the alleged intimate relationship between the district attorney, Fannie Willis, and the prosecutor there in the state of Georgia. To which she said, well, I think it's clear. President Trump he's had a target on his back since day one. If these reports out of Georgia are true, it's a serious matter, very serious indeed. Now, this is one attorney general speaking of another. But I think it all just illustrates the main point. They've been out to get him since day one, yet he is doing well. He's got the energy. He's got the momentum. I think Iowans and Americans see right through that. All right, there you go. Caucus day. So it's going to be the cold temperatures when folks head out to the various caucus locations later on this evening. They're in the state of Iowa. Our number, 844-844-3388. Say good morning to Deborah, checking in from Indiana. Morning, Steve. It's a frigid -2, wind chill -12 here in Indiana. I hope everybody had a good weekend. Everybody stay safe out there. Stay warm, especially my special driver who I'm riding with today. You're actually out there in this cold. Well, I guess it's not so cold in the cab, as long as the heat's working properly, right? And I'm so glad we don't have school today. Have a marvelous Monday. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, another long weekend for the kids there, MLK Day. Eagle got you coming up right after a quick 2-minute timeout, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. And after that, clear lines at 844-844-3388.
Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Well, as cold as it is here in the lower 48, it's even colder for our friends to the north. Yeah, also having some issues with the power grid. A critical emergency alert was issued Saturday evening, urging Albertans to reduce electric usage to minimize potential outages across that province. Alerts sent out about 6:30 p.m. The Alberta Electric System Operator said extreme cold is resulting in high power demand across the province, which places the electricity grid at a high risk of rotating power outages. Albertans were asked to immediately limit their electricity use to essential needs only, turn off unnecessary lights and electrical appliances, asking Albertans to minimize the use of space heaters and delay the use of major power appliances, washers, dryers, dishwashers. We're calling on all to reduce electric demand immediately to essentials only. Extreme cold resulting in high power demand has put the electric grid at a high risk of outages tonight, was the word. Now, let's see, Albertans should still reduce electricity use as much as possible. They did say the strain on the grid dropped significantly after that alert was issued. But now rotating outages are a matter of last resort. We issued a grid alert at 3:30 p.m., which is kind of a heads up to the public that we're using backup reserves to meet high demand. That next step, if we couldn't meet that demand, would be rotating outages, which would be short-duration outages across the province where people lose power for approximately 30 minutes. So apparently they did not have to ultimately resort to that. But all of Alberta was under extreme cold warnings. Temperatures 30 below Celsius, wind chills of 40 below, with the whole polar vortex thing. And we left the barn door open, and they've been sending some of that beautiful cold weather right down here to all of us. Thank you so much, Canada. Good morning, Eagle.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes, Eagle. How was your weekend?
Hello?
Is it cold down there? Where you at?
Okay, yeah. Yeah, well, I'll get ready to talk about it. Yeah, before I get to that, though, I'll probably call in later to talk about this Fonnie Willis situation in Georgia. Some very interesting news is coming out on that. Yeah. But I'm going to focus on the weather on the first end in the NFL because I watched some football today, and I got to talk about the Dallas Cowboys because this is embarrassing. But the first thing I want to talk about, Steve, I'm down here in Tulsa, Oklahoma right now, and it's cold as hell out here. I just walked back out to the truck about an hour ago after watching the football game of the Rams and Detroit game was over around about an hour ago. And it's like -10, -15 here in Tulsa. I've been here all day long, and it was snowing. It was snowing like hell this morning when I woke up. Got about 6 inches of snow down here in Tulsa, Oklahoma. Yeah, it's real cold. I haven't been this cold in a long time. Like I say, when I walked out that truck stop, I regret doing that because I didn't leave my truck running, and it was like a refrigerator in this truck when I got here about an hour ago.
Wow.
But I got the truck rolling, running now. It's cold. It ain't no joke. I thought I underestimated this storm. I thought, they kept saying it was going to snow in the South, but I thought they were playing games. I think it made it down to Dallas, too. I'm not sure. Dallas might have got a little bit of snow, but I know it's cold in Dallas. But, it's real cold in Tulsa, Oklahoma. And, like I say, naturally, these people, they don't know how to handle the situation down here in the South. They don't have no snow plows or nothing. I'm at the truck stop now. I wish I could send you some pictures. They, up north, they usually clean the truck stop parking lot, when it snows. They get it off as fast. They rent the trucks out. Guy, he might have a pickup truck with a plow on the front of it, and he'll come in there and clean the parking lot up, and, so to get the hell out of the parking lot in the morning. But all this snow that's sitting in this parking lot right now, it's going to be like a skating ring tomorrow morning when people get ready to pull out of here because the snow is still on the ground, and these idiots let it sit there all night at -10, -20 degrees, so you know what's going to happen in the morning. This parking lot's going to be like a skating ring. But that's what they do down south. They don't have the equipment to handle this type of situation. I was in Atlanta, Georgia, a few years ago when they had a snowstorm. They shut the whole damn city down, because they didn't have the proper equipment. 285 was like a damn parking lot. There was so many trucks and cars parked, because they couldn't get it, get the roads cleaned off. So like I say, these people need to start spending money. They taking tax money from people in these states. They need to have some equipment to get these roads cleaned after these snow events, but they don't seem to see it that way. But this vortex definitely did the deal when I was watching the news today, and that's what I want to talk about now is the football. Yeah, that game last night, I don't know if you've seen it yesterday with Kansas City and Miami. That was the third or fourth coldest game in the history of football.
Yes.
The temperatures got down to, like I said, I think they said -20, -30 at that game yesterday. It was cold as hell in Kansas City. I don't see how anybody could have went to that ball game. I would have stayed at home and watched it on television because it was ridiculous how cold it was. It was so cold yesterday, Steve, that the quarterback for Kansas City, Pat Mahomes, took a hit to the helmet, and his helmet, part of his helmet fell off. It shattered. That's how cold it was yesterday in Kansas. Cold yesterday. It was miserable. So, like I said, only reason they didn't cancel that game is because they didn't have no snow like they did up in Buffalo. I hear a lot of people was complaining about the situation in Buffalo game being canceled. But if you've seen the conditions that they had yesterday, they had whiteout blizzard conditions. There's no way they could have played that ball game yesterday.
Yep.
On Saturday. There's no Friday or whatever day it was scheduled to play on Saturday. I mean, there's no way they could have played that ball game. So a lot of people off on Monday, so you get an extra game to watch tomorrow. I'm gonna try to catch that ball game tomorrow, starting at 3:00. But hopefully the conditions are better in Buffalo, than what it was on Saturday. But anybody that's ever been up to New York, upstate New York, has been in a whiteout. You know what I mean? It's not no fun being in a total whiteout when the snow is coming down so hard. The inches of snow. They how bad it was, Steve. They said that they paying people up there in Buffalo, they $20 an hour or more to shovel snow to get the stadium ready for the ball game tomorrow. That's how much snow they had at that in Buffalo. They got to pay people to try to get the stadium, get the snow out of the damn stadium so they can play the game tomorrow. So yeah, this was a hell of a storm that came down from Canada or wherever it came from. It dropped a lot of snow in certain areas in the U.S. Yeah, so I found out the hard way. I didn't think it was going to snow in Tulsa, Oklahoma, but I had a big surprise when I woke up this morning. It was snowing. But yeah, Steve, I want to talk about the Dallas Cowboys. I'm not one of those people that, I don't believe in trying to say people should get fired, because everybody, need a job. But at some point, when you have a performance like the Cowboys had today in your own stadium, you fight all year long for a home field advantage, and then you come out and you go down 27-0 in the second quarter to the Green Bay Packers, a team that barely made the playoffs. You got a real problem. I can understand if they would have been playing in Green Bay and it was cold outside in Green Bay Stadium, but you can't play like that in an indoor stadium in your own place. Come out, and Dak Prescott threw 2 interceptions in the first quarter, one for a touchdown, 6 points. gave away right there, interception return. You can't play like that. Dak Prescott, a $40 million quarterback, and I said that years ago, he's not Dak Prescott ain't worth $10 million, let alone $40 million. So when the Cowboys figure that out, maybe they might start winning some games. But Dak Prescott is a highly overrated quarterback, and he doesn't deserve that kind of money he's making. And he embarrassed himself and the Dallas Cowboys today. And like I say, unfortunately, Mike McCartney, he's going to take the blame for it because he's the guy on the sidelines. I'm surprised Jerry Jones hasn't fired him. Never by now. If I was the coach, if I was I'd have fired him when he walked in the locker room after the ball game. I wouldn't even give him to tomorrow morning to clear out his office. But Jerry Jones, if he want to win as bad as he say he want to win, Steve, he has to make a move. There's too many coaches available out there. You know, you could bring in Belichick, Pete Carroll, Nick Saban if he decided to get back in the game. You know, get back in the pro or whatever. There's too many big name coaches out there right now to continue. Dallas is the number one team in the world in terms of money, revenue, and big name. They got to put a winning product on the team, on the field, and you can't continue to go on with Mike McCartney. Let alone the fact that he got beat by the team that he used to coach by. That's another slap in the face. Mike McCartney won a Super Bowl with Green Bay, and then he allowed him to come to his stadium and kick him right up his rear end. So Mike McCartney, as much as I hate to say it, Steve, it's time for him to move on. He might be able to get a job, coaching another club. There's a lot of vacancies out there right now, but he can't continue on as the Cowboy coach, not after what I've seen today and a lot of other people. Like I said, it was so bad today, Steve. I looked at a couple of videos on my phone after the game, and they had people that were fighting in the stands. People in the Dallas Cowboys were so aggravated that they were getting into fights and disagreements with other spectators in the stadium. These people are frustrated. It's not cheap to go to a Cowboy game. You're looking at $500 or more for a ticket, and you can't pay that kind of money for a ticket to a game and have your team come out and perform like that. So, unfortunately, Mike McCartney will be the man to take the fall if Jerry Jones wants to win as bad as he say he do. So we'll see what happens tomorrow morning. There could be another coaching vacancy out there. And, man, I forgot one other name they had on the list for the Cowboy job, and that's Jim Harbaugh, because I understand he might be moving on from Michigan. I promise you, Jim Harbaugh is a better coach than Mike McCartney.
Okay, and I gotta pause there, though. We got to get our news break, but we'll return right after this, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems.
USA News Update. This Sunday, we begin in Iowa, where the caucuses are set to start out in sub-zero temperatures. Records expected to be broken, and despite the weather, Republican presidential candidates busy campaigning in Iowa, meeting with voters. Vivek Ramaswamy and his team having to park the campaign bus because of all the snow and ice. Former President Trump, Nikki Haley, and Ron DeSantis talking about the weather situation.
It's going to be a little bit of a trek. Nobody knows how exactly we're going to get there, but we're going to figure it out.
This is an unbelievable amount of snow, but we are going to continue to try and touch as many people as we can.
We have a lot of people that we have signed up to commit to for us over many months. I think they're motivated, they're passionate, and they're going to show up. What about the broader electorate? I just don't know, but I'm confident our people are going to come out strong.
And I'm Laura Winters, USA News.
Do you want to save money on your next flight? Then pick up the phone and call. That's right, call. Because the best prices are not online. They're with SmartFares. See, SmartFares has special deals with the airlines. When they have unsold seats, they use SmartFares to fill them. So you get airline tickets at crazy low prices. They have access to great prices and discounts at over 500 different airlines. Plus 300,000 hotels and rental car companies. Their prices are too low to publish online. With the extra money you'll save, you can book another trip or treat yourself to dinner or shopping. So stop searching all of those travel sites to find the lowest price on your next flight. Let one of our SmartFares expert travel agents find the best price for you. Call SmartFares today and get ready to see the world with a fat wallet.
800-871-3291. 800-871-3291.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733 888-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OvernightDrive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, Rubber Duck. Hey, I can identify with that. He said, it is -9, straight up temperature, not wind chill. That should help me quit smoking, as I got to step outside to do that. And that was not a good idea. Yeah, I know what you mean, right? He said, what the hell? The beer froze outside. Hello to Dave checking in from Parsons Field, Maine. Yep, it's cold out there. Next 10 days, they're saying, around 0 overnights. Daytime highs 15 to 20 at best. I'm going to get back and finish up with Eagle there, talking some football action. We did see that, I guess, Friday, the Patriots agreeing to hire Jared Mayo to succeed Bill Belichick as the head coach. Details were still being worked out Friday, according to someone familiar with the situation, speaking anonymously, because the team hadn't announced the decision. Mayo played 8 NFL seasons and won a Super Bowl ring with the Patriots during the 2014 season. His hire a day after Belichick agreed to part ways after that 24-year run that included 6 Super Bowl wins. Mayo immediately rose to the top of the list as a viable Belichick successor, since the Patriots took the unique step of announcing they were giving the assistant a long-term extension last offseason. Mayo, along with Belichick's son and fellow linebackers coach Steve Belichick,
handled the play calling duties for the Patriots defense over the past 2 seasons. Now, despite New England's 4-13 record this season, the team's defense had remained highly ranked in several categories despite losing the top linebacker Matt Judon and the rookie cornerback early to season-ending injuries. Not clear what the terms of Mayo's deal prior to last season entailed, but it came after the 37-year-old interviewed for multiple head coaching jobs in Philadelphia and Carolina, each of the past 2 years. All right, so yeah, Eagle, welcome back. I don't know, what do you think of that pick for New England?
Yeah, I don't like the decision that they made. New England. I think this guy was already on the coaching staff for New England. This Mayo guy. If he was that good of a coach, the Patriots, he was a part of the losing that they had going on in New England too. I think they should have looked at another man. Bringing somebody else in. Maybe Mike Vrabel, the guy who got fired from Tennessee. But I think that's a bad decision to give Mayo the job. It looked like the inside job was already in, because they didn't even have a coaching search in New England. They gave him the job, a couple of days after Belichick was fired. Right. So it looked like they might have had the deal in for him anyway, the way it looks to me. But I don't like the hire. I don't think he's no better than Belichick. They could have at least did a coaching search and tried to look for some better candidates, before they giving the guy the job. I think they made a rush deal on it. I think they're gonna regret it, because I don't see him being any better than Belichick as far as I'm concerned. Now, as far as Belichick goes, Steve, now, a lot of people are saying that Jerry Jones should bring him in to Dallas. I don't think so, because first of all, I'm looking at the guy's age. If you're looking for a guy for the long term with the Cowboys, if I'm bringing a coach in, I want him to be around 5 to 10 years. And I don't think Belichick has got another 10 years in him, maybe not even 5 years of coaching. And, if you're looking for an instant Super Bowl, and I don't even think he can do that either for Dallas if they bring him in, because they say that Jerry Jones might bring him in if he get rid of McCartney. I don't see him bringing in. I think he needs to go with a younger guy, somebody that's in their 40s or 50s, somebody that's got a little bit brighter future, than Belichick. But he might go for the instant gratification and bring Belichick. I think his days are over. I think it's over for him. Like I said, I hate to say this, but I've listened to other shows, Steve, and if you look at Belichick's record, this is being honest about the whole deal. If you look at Belichick's record without Tom Brady, he has a losing record. When he was with the Cleveland Browns, he had a losing record. When he went to New England before Brady stepped in, he had a losing record. When Brady left the Patriots to go to the Tampa Bay, he had a losing record. It seems to me like Tom Brady was the most important piece to that puzzle when it comes to him and Belichick. Belichick's a good coach, but he's not as good as he's made out to be as far as I'm concerned, because without Brady, he has a losing record. Anybody think I'm lying, all you got to do is go add up the numbers, the games we won with Brady and the games we won without, and you'll see exactly what I'm talking about. Now, one other thing before I hang up with you, Steve, and that's the situation in Alabama. The coaching search. Alabama, only thing I don't like about the situation is that Alabama lied. That the guy that brings the coach in, he's trying to say that the Washington coach was the first choice, and that's nothing but a lie. They tried to bring in the Oregon coach first. That was their first choice because they sent a man out to Oregon. Plus, they had made phone calls to Dan Lanning at Oregon trying to get him in, and he said he wasn't interested in the job. So the next move for him was to go to the Washington coach, which is he's a good coach, but he wasn't their first choice at this. So they shouldn't have lied about it. They should have been honest about the situation. Say, yeah, this is our second man. He's a good coach, but we're gonna bring him in. Our first choice didn't want the job. Now, as far as Alabama goes, he's taking over for a legend. Some people say he's the best coach ever in the history of college football. Some people think Bear Bryant was the best coach, and several other names out there. His record stands for itself with Coach Saban, whether you like him or not. It's going to be hard for this guy to coming in from Washington to win these many games and championships. He's coming in. They're going to expect him to do the same thing. So he's stepping into a job that a lot of people don't want nothing to do with. He's already lost several players already, Steve. One of his best players the guy who beat them, helped them beat the Auburn Tigers, their arch rival, this guy named Bond. He's already transferred out and signed up with the Texas Longhorns. So they've already lost one of their best players, and I'm hearing rumors that the quarterback for Alabama, he might be transferring out. So that's the first thing that this new coach got to do. He got to figure out a way to keep these guys from leaving town and going somewhere else to play. But like I said, college football, Steve, they've ruined the game over the last year or two with this new transfer portal and the pay-to-play. That's basically what it's going to boil down to in college football now, Steve. It's pay-to-play. Whoever paid the most money, Deion Sanders up in Colorado, he got his hand out. His own son is on the internet right now trying to get players to come into Colorado, transferring out of schools to go up to Colorado, play for them. He's offering money, cars, jewelry, whatever they can offer to get somebody to come and sign up with them. That's not what college football is all about. At least it shouldn't be. So they're slowly but surely ruining the game because from year to year, Steve, it's going to be like the NFL. You're going to see different players. You know, like I heard a guy say the other day, Steve, college football used to be a 3 or 4 year commitment. You know, when a kid signed out of high school, he was guaranteed to be there for at least 3 or 4 years before he went to the NFL. Now, you got guys that he might only be with your school 1 year. And somebody offering more cash, he might go play for them. You might see that guy with a different uniform, just like the Ohio State quarterback I keep bringing up. He's playing for Ohio State last year. This next year, he's playing for Syracuse. So you're going to start seeing a whole bunch of guys that you've seen on clubs playing for other teams the very next year. And it's really a damn shame because that's the college football is supposed to be an amateur sport, but it's no longer an amateur sport, Steve. It's basically a semi-pro league because these guys are making a lot of money. So there's nothing amateur about college football anymore, and that's a damn shame. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
There you go. Yeah, big weekend. The NFL action. Did we go through the other scores? We know that we had, Texans over the Browns. Chiefs, of course, in the fourth coldest game in history. Lions kind of eking over the Rams, 24-23. I didn't get to see that game this past day, but a tip of the hat to the Lions. And, of course, Cowboys kind of embarrassed at home, 48-32. Packers moving on. So next weekend, Packers will face the 49ers, of course, who, of course, had the bye over this wild card weekend. Next weekend, it's NFL divisional rounds that get underway. Meanwhile, 844-844-3388. Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler, shared a little something on his mind over the weekend, and I thought it might be interesting to share with the audience and maybe get your take. Of course, late last week, I loaded with 20 other bull haulers in a blizzard in northeast Iowa. We ran 670 miles to Arkansas City, Kansas, all of it through very rough weather conditions. Now, when we got to the big road, Interstate 35, it was total truck wreck carnage. I witnessed in a 4-mile area 3 Amazon Prime trucks wrecked, 2 on their sides. One was up in some trees, and one of these drivers was out stumbling around in the snow and the wind with a heavy coat and a pair of shorts, wearing tennis shoes. These were not the only trucks, as we witnessed approximately 3 trucks per mile off the road in various states of destruction. Now, it came to my mind, we were all 85,000 pounds or more in weight, and based on what I saw of the 20 trucks, there should have been some of us that wrecked in that weather. However, that was not the case. Every one of us made it through unscathed. My experience in the last few winters has been interesting to witness all the wrecks. I remember when I was lobbying in D.C. for the livestock specific hours of service and the ELD exemption, both of which we got. Our group was presented evidence from the American Transportation Research Institute that showed bull haulers have a 44% lower overall accident rate
than regular truckers. Bull haulers that run way overweight and basically non-stop, as in we very seldom get to take a 10-hour break. These statistics were surprising to me at the time. However, one of the selling points we used was the different character of those willing to haul livestock. It's not an easy job. It gets very intense quite often. It's nothing to have a 1,200-mile haul, and it gets done safely time and again. In our industry, it's hard to hire a regular driver and teach them to haul livestock. One of the issues in this day and age is getting these guys and gals to understand that they're not going to be limited on their daily miles as they are with freight, and most definitely will not get a daily 10 to 15-hour break, along with having to learn how to manage live animals in all weather conditions, along with possibly getting stomped, bitten, or kicked. Everyone I've trained couldn't deal with it, ended up going back to regular trucking. Many telling me it's just too hard. My point is, why, when the modern-day driver has it so easy, limits on the daily miles they can drive, guaranteed time off, and plenty of rest, why are we seeing so much carnage on the roads? Now, this is the kind of thing that makes the FMCSA demand that the trucking industry has ELDs and speed limiters. And how does the industry sell them on not mandating something like speed limiters and ELDs when we have what we had on I-35 last week from a simple snowstorm? I'm not surprised ELDs were forced on trucking after witnessing the decline in drivers and the ability to not have an accident at the drop of a hat. I started in 1990. I don't remember witnessing this kind of carnage until just recent years, and never in the livestock industry. Now, I'm not saying we don't have our incidents, but when you figure we run twice to 3 times the number of miles per week and almost always are loaded like a freight train, yet have a proven vastly safer operating ratio, that speaks volumes about the overall decline in the American trucking industry. I'm of the opinion from my interactions with OOIDA while in D.C. that this is one group that needs to be held accountable. They've gotten bigger and more powerful. Highway safety has gotten worse, as has the American trucking industry. Now, I know from talking to them while in D.C., I firmly believe that OOIDA sold out their members on the ELD and most likely will sell them out on the speed limiter issue. Now, before ELDs, OOIDA was kind of losing its purpose and a lot of money. Now they have purpose and can sell themselves as the savior due to the lack of truck parking brought on by ELDs. Now, how much of these truck wrecks in the wintertime are attributed to a group like OOIDA and the policies they're allegedly fighting against? I don't know, sure makes for an interesting conversation. Everybody truck safe out there. That does make for an interesting conversation. What do you think? It is 844-844-3388. Daryl checks in right after this, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration, emissions. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Did you know gas goes bad in as little as 30 days? Bad gas can cause rough starts, poor performance, or no starts at all. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Whether it's your car, truck, boat, lawnmower, leaf blower, weed trimmer, ATV, motorcycle, or anything else with an engine, when you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Yes, indeed. Hope you had a good weekend. Here comes a Monday. Greatest day of the week. And yeah, it is cold. I am not a fan of winter weather. But this is, I guess, it's just a reality check. I mean, we've thus far this winter, we've been kind of lucky. It's been rather mild. But forecasters warning this Arctic air mass surging through the plains and toward the Gulf Coast this week, threatening lives, property, the power grid, the prolonged period of sub-freezing temperatures. And, of course, this is going to be the coldest air for the southern plains probably since just before Christmas of 22. Now, of course, in addition to the cold, there's the risk of freezing rain, sleet, even snow. Yeah, the bottom's about to drop. After a relatively average start to the year temperature-wise in the plains and the south. In the wake of the storm that did indeed blossom into a bona fide blizzard in the Midwest, and behind the trailing cold front, the Arctic air amassing in the northwest, now being unleashed to the south and east through the weekend and on into Tuesday of this week. Coldest air of the winter so far, coming directly from northwestern Canada, surging across the northern Rockies, the northern plains, then diving all the way south into Texas and other southern states as it did this past day. Dallas, you saw highs in the low 60s on Saturday. I hope you enjoyed that. That's being replaced by low 20s as we head into Monday. Yeah, well, we're talking 40, 45 degrees below where you would be this time of year typically. Mercury could dip into the single digits at night, challenging some long-standing record low temperatures. A short drive to the north and west reveals even lower forecast temperatures. Near sub-zero readings could get as far south as Amarillo and the Oklahoma City area. The entire region, all the way to the Gulf Coast around Houston, will experience wind chills below zero. While the temperatures and the wind chills will be shockingly low at times, the duration of these sub-freezing temperatures is the most concerning. Temperatures are forecast to stay well below freezing in parts of northern Texas for 84 hours or more. That's going to stress the power grid. It'll take the area till Wednesday for the mercury to get back above freezing in Dallas and many other parts of the southern plains states. As we know, Texans acutely aware of how the grid can struggle in extreme temperature events. This has forecasters kind of comparing this event to others in recent years. Doesn't appear this cold wave will be as long-lasting as the historic deadly outbreak in February of 21. However, this wave can be a bit more intense and longer-lasting than the one that occurred just before Christmas in 2022, when the reliability of the grid was also threatened. Obviously, besides concerns of the grid, there's worries about extended cold in the region. Uninsulated pipes that are exposed could freeze and burst. Yeah, you need to have wrapped them or leave the tap slightly open to prevent that disaster from occurring. Of course, in addition, there are year-round agricultural operations in parts of southern Texas that may well be impacted by these sub-freezing conditions. Daryl in Fairfield, well, is it cold enough for you?
Yes. Yes, it is, Steve.
Yes, it is. I'm ready for spring.
I'm ready. I'm ready for Easter. But Groundhog Day will soon be here. How's the family and how's Stryker?
All doing well. I guess Stryker's, he doesn't much like this cold weather either, believe it or not.
I was laughing at you and Spaceman the other day, putting on your jeans. I had a 92-year-old friend that was a member of Kiwanis Club with me here in Fairfield, and he broke his leg. And I asked him one day how he broke his leg, and he said putting on his pants. And that makes me be more careful hopping around on one foot trying to put on pants.
Right.
I wonder if that's not something that happens nationwide to older gentlemen trying to
old spaceman
put on
out
their
there,
pants with the wrong foot.
He's got too much time on his hand. The things we think about when we're out there on the road with nothing else to do. Now, when I actually, after that conversation Friday morning, I think it was Saturday, and I was putting my pants on, I said, and I wasn't conscious about it until after that. I put my left leg in first. We'll be right back.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
USA News, I'm Laura Winters. This Sunday we begin in Iowa, where the caucuses are set to start out in sub-zero temperatures. Records expected to be broken, and despite the weather, Republican presidential candidates busy campaigning in Iowa, meeting with voters. Vivek Ramaswamy and his team having to park the campaign bus because of all the snow and ice. Former President Trump, Nikki Haley, and Ron DeSantis talking about the weather situation.
It's going to be a little bit of a trek. Nobody knows how exactly we're going to get there, but we're going to figure it out.
This is an unbelievable amount of snow, but we are going to continue to try and touch as many people as we can.
We have a lot of people that we have signed up to commit to for us over many months. I think they're motivated, they're passionate, and they're going to show up. What about the broader electorate? I just don't know, but I'm confident our people are going to come out strong.
To the Middle East now, where it's the 100-day mark of the Hamas terrorist attack in Israel. Families demanding the return of the more than 100 Israeli hostages kidnapped back on October 7th. The American media virtually silent on reporting on them. There appears to be no end in sight to the fighting anti-Israel protests now in Washington, D.C., the demonstrators calling for a permanent ceasefire to end the war in Gaza. In other news, President Biden calling the strikes against the Houthi rebels in Yemen a success. The president on a campaign stop at a school in Allentown, Pennsylvania. The DoD, Department of Defense, says to expect some sort of Houthi rebel retaliation, but the group, which is backed by Iran, has been attacking ships in the Red Sea for months now. The Biden administration, along with military partners in Britain, finally carrying out massive strikes in Yemen.
I would hope that they don't retaliate, but we're prepared in the event that they do.
Lieutenant General Douglas Sims at a Pentagon press conference late Friday afternoon. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
As we gear up for the Iowa caucuses on Monday, former President Trump participating in a Fox News town hall during the week, and the ratings were off the chain, far surpassing a CNN debate between Nikki Haley and Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. Here's USA's Tim Berg on the story.
Former President and 2024 Republican presidential frontrunner Donald Trump took part in a town hall with Fox News in Des Moines Wednesday night. The former president dismissing a recent report by Democratic members of the House Oversight Committee that alleges he exploited his presidency to earn millions of dollars from foreign governments for him and his family. He claims the money is from hotels he owns.
I didn't do it. I put everything in trust. And if I have a hotel and somebody comes in from China, that's a small amount of money. And it sounds like a lot of money. That's a small. But I was doing services for that. People were staying in these massive hotels, these beautiful hotels, because I have the best hotels. I have the best clubs.
I'm Tim Berg.
Monday is January 15th, Martin Luther King Day. This is a federal holiday, so there is no mail delivery. FedEx will be operating. The majority of retail stores will be open. Banks will be closed. The New York Stock Exchange and the NASDAQ both will be closed for MLK Day. And a note about national parks. It's the first day of the year for free admission to U.S. parks in our country in honor of Dr. King's birthday. And I'm Laura Winters, USA News.
Omaha Steaks Burger Perfection Flight, made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks, rewrites the book on burgers. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout for an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping when you order the $79.99 Burger Perfection Flight, a fantastic array of pure ground steak on a bun burger greatness. For $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight, use promo code TREAT at checkout at omahasteaks.com and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Life on the road is tough, but the Big Rig mattress is tougher. With 15 years of industry-leading technology, our hybrid mattresses with its individual pocketed spring core is the best on the market. Road tested for millions of miles, it is the last mattress you'll buy for your truck. We are so confident that's why our spring support core is guaranteed for 10 years. Most sizes ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes are also available. When you get tired of waking up with sore, achy muscles, visit thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Rest assured, with the Big Rig Mattress, we've got your back.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot's Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot's Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com.
Thank you much, and welcome back. Just like that, another hour underway. Closing out the weekend, working our way into a Monday. Matthew said, hey, pass the word, let Eagle know it's snowing in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. And the snow is sticking to the roads. All right. Going back to Lauren Weiss and his little post over the weekend. Rubber Duck said, couldn't have said that any better. Amen, brother, amen. All right. Okay, we left out there chatting with Daryl as we get a new week underway. Holiday, of course, So how was your weekend, Daryl? Anything special?
Oh, it was fine and very cold up here in Fairfield. As you well know, I ordered me some extreme gas stuff to go in my F-150, and it came with a long neck, and I didn't have to use a funnel. And I just got it in time with 25 gallons of gasoline. And it says it'll run 10,000 miles, so I hope to keep my catalytic converter clean with that gas extreme additive. I got it before Christmas, and I put it in the other day. I used to drive a mail truck from here to Dallas, Texas, and back, and we had a team, and they had 300-gallon gas tanks on them, 150 on each side. And the guy never did put any gas extreme or diesel extreme in them things. And one night coming back around Shepherdsville, it was 6 below zero and they froze up. And my other driver hopped out and hitchhiked back to get a tow truck. It was the first time in my life that I thought about freezing to death because I covered up with everything I had, and I was cold at 6 below zero in a truck sitting on the side of the road.
Yep.
I would encourage everybody to get that diesel additive and put in there this time of the year, or you'll be sitting on the side of the road.
I guarantee there's, hey, up there, I'm in Montana when they saw some of that 40 below air temperature. I mean, the wind chill doesn't really affect your fuel, but the air temperature, I guarantee there's a bunch of trucks that ended up stuck on the side of the road over the weekend for not having treated that fuel.
I think if I was running in that part of the world, I'd want to buy an extra can, put under my seat or in my duffel bag.
Yep.
I enjoy your show, Steve, so very much. You a lot of comfort to a lot of truck drivers and a lot of people, and you keep Spaceman behaving himself. Last time, remember, he was trying to learn how to use that newfangled toilet paper. He spent about 30 minutes describing how to use it. I'll talk to you later.
Thank you much. Have a great day and a great week there, Daryl. All right. Of course, new developments in Georgia in particular. But what about the New York case? The case, against Donald Trump. The businessman Kevin O'Leary actually appearing on CNN telling the host Laura Coates Thursday that every real estate developer is guilty of the alleged real estate fraud that Trump is found to have committed. We all know New York Attorney General Letitia James suing Trump, alleging that the organization repeatedly overvalued their properties to lenders while reporting different property values to tax officials. Now, a judge already ruled that Trump committed fraud. The question that remains in the case, how much are they going to be fined, and what will it mean for future business? Many people believe James pursued this case with political motives, undoubtedly. That assessment O'Leary agrees with. In fact, he told Coates, every real estate developer everywhere is guilty of what Trump did. And he explained. So if you're a developer and you got a building on a block anywhere in America and it's worth, say, $500 million, and you want to build a building right beside it, you go to the bank, you say, this building's worth $500 million. I'd like to borrow a construction finance loan against this asset, and I want you to tell me it's worth $500 million too. The bank negotiates with you and says, well, now we think it's worth $400 million, and you fight it out. You're always trying to show your assets in the brightest light with the sunshine you can possibly determine for them. You want them to be worth the very most because you're only going to get a, say, 40 or 50% loan to value, as it's called. Then you borrow that money. In the case of a $500 million asset, maybe you get $250 million. And you build a new building with a construction finance loan. Now, forget about Trump. Every single real estate developer everywhere on the planet does this, he says. The concern then should be who lost money? Well, nobody, because the Trump organization paid the bank loans. Thus, if James were to be consistent, Letitia, she would sue every real estate developer in her jurisdiction. If you're a real estate developer and you're watching all this, you're saying, what is this? This is ridiculous. This is for real estate developers a joke. Now, the explanation disarming the substance of James against Trump left CNN's host kind of shocked. She said, it's fascinating to me to hear this perspective because you don't often hear it from that particular angle. O'Leary says, listen, the first question is everybody doing it in real estate? The answer, yes, everybody is doing it, not only domestically, but all over the world. This is how it works. Anyway, closing arguments in that civil case took place last Thursday. James is asking the judge to fine Trump $370 million. Final ruling not expected for weeks, but even then, Trump will appeal the ruling. Now, for his part, O'Leary told Coates he believes this case will not survive on appeal. It's another one of those, proverbial, very costly dog and pony shows, all about casting Donald Trump in a negative light. Of course, Letitia James ran for office on the premise of, I'm going to get Trump. We all know that. Under the industry headlines, contract logistics provider GXO Logistics announcing last week they plan to close a distribution facility in Memphis, Tennessee, and lay off 211 employees. Layoffs will begin March the 6th, and the facility will shut down by April 27, according to the filing with the Department of Labor and Workforce Development. This is Greenwich, Connecticut-based GXO, said the facility on Imagination Drive in Memphis, which is listed as the Disney Distribution Center,
Company did not respond to requests for comment from FreightWaves. Now, while GXO did not provide a reason for the Memphis facility closure, the company has laid off more than 300 workers and ceased operations at several locations over the past year related to losing a contract customer. Those facilities included logistics centers in Ohio, Texas, and Maryland. Either way, GXO is one of the world's largest contract logistics providers, over 130,000 global employees in 27 countries. They operate more than 970 warehouses around the world. Well, let's head on down to Florida on a Monday morning. Philip.
Morning, buddy. How you doing today?
Would you mind sending me some of that warmer Florida weather? We are 6 degrees outside the bunker at this hour. 6.
You don't even want to know what my car says right now. I don't even know if it's legit or not, but my car says 54 down here right now. So, but I don't know. That stuff coming through us, it probably will make us a little colder in the next few days. What do you think?
Yeah. I mean, they're talking, I guess like the northern third of the state's supposed to see some of those freezing temperatures.
Absolutely. You get into northern Florida, Jacksonville, and Pensacola up in there, you'll get that kind of stuff. So, yeah, well, it's been an interesting few days here, Steve. Did you see the X-59 got released?
Yeah, I did see that. The supersonic flight, right?
Yeah, it's an airplane that doesn't have a sonic boom. It takes the supersonic waves that keeps them apart, and you don't have that boom. So the airplane will fly supersonic without having the boom. So, and they're going to be flying it over every American city to test it, and then they're going to be putting a survey out to everybody in those cities to see if they heard anything when the airplane came over. It's the only X-plane that's going to be. It's not going to be in a museum for a very long time. Usually those X-planes go to a museum after they've been utilized for whatever they're used for. And then this one here, well, it's going to keep testing for years. So it's going to be out there for a long time. Did you even get a chance to look at it, Steve?
Yes, I did, and it's pretty fascinating. Now, I mean, the technology, I guess, that they've created here ultimately is looking to return commercial flights to supersonic speed is the goal. The plane they unveiled looks like rather small, like it's not a passenger plane.
No, the plane they have as a test article is more like a fighter jet.
Mm-hmm.
It's 96 foot long, but it looks kind of like a duckbill the way it looks in the front. It's kind of really weird shape. But the idea is to go back to a plane like the Concorde, or even way back, go back like the SST. The airplanes, they didn't want to bring those airplanes out because of the noise and the amount of disruption they caused. So this airplane is going to help them develop technology that's going to go into those airplanes that they can do supersonic flight. That's what they're looking at.
Mm-hmm.
Did you see the update from Elon Musk the other day?
Don't believe I did. Nope.
A few days ago, Elon Musk put out an update about the company and the status of it. About the flights, they're going to do probably close to 150 this year, the way they're looking with the rockets. And that's just going to be the Falcon 9 program. The Starship is actually going to do a few. They're looking maybe 2 to 3 of those this year. But he was talking about numbers as far as what SpaceX has done during this last year. And they've done 80% as far as moving tonnage in space. They've done 80% of the flights that have been launched last year. They did. And they moved a total of 1,200 tons of satellites and whatever needed to be moved to the space station, other things that they've done. 1,200 tons of stuff that they put into space. That's a lot of stuff there, Steve. What do you think?
Unreal, yeah. What they say, I think one launch every 3 days, something in that range, or?
Well, to just put you in perspective, they had a launch yesterday morning from Vandenberg, and they had one last night from the Cape. So they had one off the West Coast, one off the East Coast in the same day. They shot the Falcon Heavy, and then they shot the next one after that 3 hours later. So there's a lot. They're going to be moving a lot of flights, and the Starship is going to be doing a lot more. When he gets the Starship on, that Starship will be moving 200 tons by itself. So you think of what they did last year, 1,200 tons, they could do that in 6 Starship flights. That's a lot of weight.
Wow.
It's a lot of weight they're moving into space. And also, the Starlinks, they keep moving those up there, of course, and they're using different kinds of technology with those now, so they're getting them into a different situation. And they are also experimenting with cell phone technology. Have you heard about anything about that, Steve?
That I have not.
Okay, so what they're doing is they're putting satellites up. They're going to be what they call direct-to-cell. And it's going to be a satellite system that works with a cell phone on the ground, and in like areas where you need that satellite phone or you need just a regular cell phone that you don't have service or doesn't have service, they're going to be supplying service. They're working with T-Mobile over here. They're working with a bunch of different telecommunication companies across the world with this satellite system. But it'll be a direct-to-cell, and it'll all be done over lasers. Everything is done on a laser. So it will be, the latency will be right there. It will be unbelievable. That's what they're working on right now. And that's what they're doing with the Starlink, too. They're working on the latency. They want to get a Starlink to the same ability as what you have with cable. And they're almost there. That's amazing technology there.
Wow.
But they've been testing this direct-to-cell, and it's working. They're doing texts over it right now. They're going to start out with a texting service, but then eventually they want to get into a full-blown cell service with it. So he's into everything, man. His update was literally on the status of the company and what's going on, probably a good hour or more. And he talked about everything in the company, from the Falcon 9s to the Starship to Starlink, all of it. And it's moving a lot of stuff and doing a lot of things. And he is wanting to go to Mars. So we'll see how it goes, but got a long way from that one. But they're looking at a lot of stuff he's wanting to do. Did you get that email from me, Steve, about that case down in St. Petersburg?
Refresh my memory.
Okay, down in St. Petersburg, this was over the weekend, there was a lady found deceased in an alley. Okay? They found her wrapped up in an alley. Well, standard protocol would think it would be a homicide. It was not a homicide, it was a drug overdose. What they found out is she went to a hotel, met a gentleman at a hotel. They went in and did drugs together. He fell asleep on the couch. She was doing fentanyl. He was doing crack cocaine. And she passed away from the fentanyl overdose. He got up. He found her. He went out and got a transient to help him move the body. They moved the body to another location and dumped it. And both of the guys now are facing tampering with evidence.
Okay.
Now, both the guys that had been doing or moved the body have well-known drug users and been in trouble with the law as far as drug usage. So had the lady that passed away. But the moral of the story is, you know, these guys are going to be gone for the rest of their time probably for this tampering evidence thing. Not as many years as you would think as somebody that had committed a homicide. But what they're saying in the story is, you know what Narcan is, right, Steve?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Okay. The lady, if she would have had Narcan, this guy would have got up and they had Narcan, they could have saved her. The guy that actually found her had been Narcan one time, so he's known for it. The guy that helped him move the body had been Narcan twice. So think about it. The two guys that moved the lady legally have been dead 3 times. Because of Narcan, they brought both of these guys back.
Mm-hmm.
And that's how bad that Narcan has got. It's got to the point where in ways it's great that they're using it, but in other ways it is a curse because these people are not cleaning themselves up. They keep using. There's no intervention in the drug issue with the Narcan. Once they use it, they just use it on anybody. There's no intervention after the Narcan's been used. And that's one of the problems that we have right now in our American legal system and the way things are going. These people out there, they could be cleaned up if they'd rehabilitated, but it's not happening. They just keep doing the same thing in a cycle over and over and over again, and it's wasting a lot of money. It's wasting a lot of money. And I've seen it in Polk County. I've seen it in Volusia County. You know, we've seen it all over Florida, and it's happening bad. And it needs to stop. It really does. So just something I wanted to point out. It's a bad problem, especially in St. Petersburg. It's happening really bad down in St. Petersburg, Tampa area. And it's something that's got to be watched. So that's all I got today, buddy. You have a good one. Thanks for having me.
All right. Hey, Philip, have a great day. Safe travels the rest of your journey into Mickey Mouse world. Yeah, the NASA and Lockheed Martin finally, formally introduced the new supersonic jet that promises to revolutionize travel with an aircraft that flies at supersonic speeds without creating that ear-crashing sonic boom when it first breaks the sound barrier. It's the X-59 with the distinctive extra-long nose section rolled out publicly Friday in front of a crowd of about 150 at the Lockheed Martin Skunk Works facility in Palmdale, California. America, and especially troubled NASA, needs a win. Many are hoping that this aircraft is it. If this plane is successful and reliable, it could revolutionize supersonic travel. The X-59 Quest, quiet supersonic technology on stage as NASA introduced it to the world. I said, it's rare we have an opportunity to host this many visitors at the Skunk Works, and it's even more rare that we're able to publicly unveil one of our aircraft. One feature of the aircraft immediately became obvious. It does not have a forward-facing window for the pilot to see out of. So how does it work? Tell you more. First, we got to get a news break here on a Monday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. This Sunday, we begin in Iowa, where the caucuses are set to start out in sub-zero temperatures. Records expected to be broken, and despite the weather, Republican presidential candidates busy campaigning in Iowa, meeting with voters. Vivek Ramaswamy and his team having to park the campaign bus because of all the snow and ice. Former President Trump, Nikki Haley, and Ron DeSantis talking about the weather situation.
It's going to be a little bit of a trek. Nobody knows how exactly we're going to get there, but we're going to figure it out.
This is an unbelievable amount of snow, but we are going to continue to try and touch as many people as we can.
We have a lot of people that we have signed up to commit to for us over many months. I think they're motivated, they're passionate, and they're going to show up. What about the broader electorate? I just don't know, but I'm confident our people are going to come out strong.
And I'm Laura Winters, USA News.
Do you want to save money on your next flight? Then pick up the phone and call. That's right, call. Because the best prices are not online. They're with SmartFares. See, SmartFares has special deals with the airlines. When they have unsold seats, they use SmartFares to fill them. So you get airline tickets at crazy low prices. They have access to great prices and discounts at over 500 different airlines. plus 300,000 hotels and rental car companies. Their prices are too low to publish online. With the extra money you'll save, you can book another trip or treat yourself to dinner or shopping. So stop searching all of those travel sites to find the lowest price on your next flight. Let one of our SmartFares expert travel agents find the best price for you. Call SmartFares today and get ready to see the world with a fat wallet.
800-871-3291. 800-871-3291. 800-871-3291. That's 800-871-3291.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
So the rest of the story, as we mentioned, the first feature that was quite obvious is there's no window for a pilot to see out of. Instead of looking outside the ship through a forward cockpit window, the X-59 pilot will see what they're traveling toward with the new External Vision System, XVS. The pilot will sit in front of a wide video view screen that gets its feed from a forward line-of-sight camera at the nose of the plane. Might this be technology? Will there come a day where you don't have a window in your truck? The XVS will use custom imaging software to create an augmented reality view of the X-59 pilot's forward line of sight.
along with graphical flight data overlays. The new way to guide pilots is expected to be the wave of the future as planes become more advanced. We haven't felt comfortable about putting in a crewed flight vehicle without first testing it, so this groundbreaking technology is a beacon guiding us towards a future where visibility barriers in aircraft design can be overcome with this inventive solution, according to NASA. Space.com goes on to say the plane's 99.7 feet long, 29.5 feet wide, can reach Mach 1.4 or 925 miles per hour. It can reach an altitude of 55,000 feet. It is powered by a single engine manufactured by General Electric Aviation. Now, as to that prominent beak, all 38 feet of it is designed to help quiet down the boom that occurs when the aircraft hits the sound barrier. They say the extra long nose section is designed to shape the sound waves the craft creates while in flight. Now, this is just the beginning. Rollout is a major accomplishment, but it means the next milestone is first flight, and then supersonic flights after that. Our eyes are on the mission, says NASA. This rollout is a huge milestone toward achieving the overreaching goal of the mission to quiet the sonic boom. Now, for the team, some of whom have worked on the aircraft since the first component was created, the reveal of the X-59 is a pretty special moment. Future generations will look back with both awe and admiration. This is going to usher in the hopes of a new era of quiet supersonic travel. Now, the biggest barrier for supersonic flight's been that extremely loud crack. The sound the planes make when they break the sound barrier. The noise problem for people on the ground around America is one of the things that led to the death of the old Concorde flights, as cities were banning the plane because of the noise problems. Supposedly, they say they have solved that issue to a degree, and in the coming years, they'll be taking test flights around the country to gauge how people on the ground react to its own version of the sonic boom. So it's not like it doesn't create a sonic boom, but it's going to be something different. Be interesting to ultimately get a chance to see just what that sound is like when it flies over. Meanwhile, 844-3388. Welcome back, Eagle.
Yeah. I didn't know I was going to get back on that quick, but that's good because you got to get up early in the morning. But yeah, Steve, I wanted to get into some politics this time. But I wanted to say one other thing about football before I get to the politics. One quick thing about Jim Harbaugh's situation at Michigan. Jim Harbaugh, they said that they had their parade on Saturday. They celebrated the national championship. Harbaugh, he needs to let Michigan know what they're going to do, what he's going to do, because it's affecting their recruiting. I'm surprised more players haven't transferred out of Michigan, because they don't know if he's going to coach for them next year or if he's going to the NFL. So he needs to go ahead and let Michigan know what he plans on doing in the next couple of days if he's going to the NFL. They say he's interviewing for jobs. If I was Michigan, I'd go ahead and tell him to move on. Because if he's interviewing for NFL jobs, that means that he's not interested in coaching for Michigan anymore. So if he don't want to make the move, I'll make the move for him and tell him that we're going to bring in another coach and you go ahead and go to the NFL. Because you can't play it both ways because he's affecting, like I said, in recruiting. And I'm surprised that some of they. But I think they said, as a matter of fact, their quarterback, he announced that he's going to the NFL. So I think that's a sign right there that Harbaugh is moving on. Because if Harbaugh was coming back, I think that quarterback will probably go ahead and stay. So he's already said he's going to the NFL. So it looks like Harbaugh might be making his move to the NFL. Now, Steve, as far as the situation goes with Donald Trump, before I get to Fannie Willis down in Georgia, because I don't have nothing good to say about her. I told you that when that case took place, Donald Trump had to go down to the jail for that bogus deal over in the summer. But this other judge, Letitia James, they called her in a bold-faced lie, Steve, the other day on TV. She said that she had no problem with Donald Trump, no grudges against Donald Trump, but they played an audio tape of her saying when she was running for that position that it was her ultimate goal to take down Donald Trump and get rid of Donald Trump. It's right there in black and white with her. That's what she wants to do with this fake trial they got going on in New York. It's right there. But anybody who thinks that she's the honest person, she's on audio saying that she's going to do everything possible to get rid of Donald Trump. Now, let's talk about Fannie Willis down in Georgia. Another criminal. This woman here has used the taxpayers' money to go on, stay safe, vacations, and plus to give to her lover or boyfriend that doesn't have anything to do with the case whatsoever. That's right, Fannie Willis, another person that's trying to take Donald Trump down, and on this deal of trying to state Donald Trump tried to steal votes in Georgia, which is nothing but a lie. Remember during the summer, we got a good laugh out of that, Steve, when they said that one of the clerks that worked for her forgot to do the requirement paperwork for the case and made her look like a complete idiot. That case should have been thrown out a long time ago, Steve. There is no case in Georgia against Donald Trump when it comes to her. She needs to be concerned with getting her personal life together and figuring out what happened to that $600,000 that she gave her lover. That's what she needs to be concerned with, instead of trying to put Donald Trump in jail for some fake claims. So none of this stuff is going to add up, Steve. But here's something that I want the Republicans to know tonight, Steve. Here's something I want to know, because one way or the other, we got to get rid of Joe Biden. He's got to go. He's done too much damage to America. From what I'm hearing now, Steve, I don't like the woman from South Carolina. I don't like her, the Republican that's running against Trump. I don't like her, But at this point, Steve, they're saying now that she thinks that she has enough votes coming up in New Hampshire. They're saying that on your broadcast during the break to put a run in with Donald Trump. Her and DeSantis, what Vivek said, that they're going to force them two to work together as a team, with her being the president and DeSantis being a vice president. And they think that might be enough to get rid of Donald Trump, come voting time, which I don't think they can do. But I will say this, Steve, as much as I hate to say this, if it comes down to Nikki Haley and Joe Biden, you know who I'm going to vote for. So if it means Donald Trump gets eliminated from the deal, then that's what it means. But anything at this point is better than another 4 years of Joe Biden, and I hope other Republicans are thinking the same way I'm thinking. You can't think just because Trump is not in the running that you're going to just get out of the whole deal and say the hell with it. I ain't voting for nobody. Don't do it that way. You vote for a man. You vote for Nikki Haley or DeSantis. Anything is better than another 4 years of. Just remember I said that for anybody who's thinking about getting out of the game if Trump is not involved, because America can't stand excuse me, Steve. America can't stand another 4 years of Joe Biden in the White House. One way or the other, Joe Biden must leave the White House. And I thank you for taking my call tonight, Steve.
All right, Eagle, once again, thank you very much. Have a good morning. Well, yes, today it's Iowa Caucus Day. Now, rather interesting, because Nikki Haley not polling well, but very interesting. Most likely Republican caucus goers in Iowa say they will vote for Trump in the general election if he is the nominee, regardless of the candidate they're supporting tonight, caucus night. That is, except supporters of Nikki Haley, with nearly half of them, 43%, say they would vote for Biden over Trump. Nikki Haley supporters. The latest from the NBC News Des Moines Register Mediacom poll of Iowa further illustrates the degree to which Haley is bringing in support from independents, Democrats, and Republicans who've been uneasy with Trump. Fully half of her Iowa caucus supporters are independents or crossover Democrats. According to the survey results, overall, Haley took 20% for second place in the survey compared to 48% for Trump. But the poll also shows 3/4 of caucus goers believe Trump can defeat Biden, despite the former president's legal challenges. But again, a majority of Haley's supporters think it'll be impossible for Trump to win. I'll see. One 37-year-old poll respondent from Lynn County said, "I am more officially a Democrat who used to be a Republican, and I've kind of switched over. Basically, I'm wanting to caucus in Iowa for the least of the worst, and I'm looking through all of them, and I think that's Nikki Haley. I don't necessarily love her, but I don't find her dangerous in ways that I find many of the other candidates dangerous." One of the pollsters who's been conducting this Iowa survey over the last 30 years, Haley is consolidating the anti-Trump vote, she says. She does well with people who define themselves as anti-Trump. While that vote is not big enough in Iowa for Haley to pull close enough to really challenge Trump, a different mix of the electorate in New Hampshire, where independents make up a much larger share of the vote, could make the primary there definitely more competitive. Overall, the Iowa poll finds 71% of likely caucus goers saying they'll vote for Trump if he's the nominee, versus 11% who will vote for Biden, 6% who will vote for Robert F. Kennedy Jr., then 8% for another third-party candidate. Remainders say they're not sure or wouldn't vote. But among the Iowa caucus goers who are supporting Haley, just 23% say they would vote for Trump versus 43% who said they would vote for Biden. Kind of gives you an idea of who Nikki Haley actually appeals to. And in other words, that is not the true conservative Republican. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, back at it here. What do you say, anonymous hippopotamus?
Take cover, take warning. Sound the alarms, blow the sirens. White death is falling from the sky in Virginia. Got a few flurries out here.
A few flurries, okay. So sound the alarms. Take cover.
Exactly.
Oh, boy.
That's right, yes. Yeah. Actually, I was surprised. It's actually coming down at a higher rate than I was expecting it to start this early. Maybe I told you earlier on my way out to Manassas that they were staging plows, and they got more of them staged now, so they must be expecting a little bit more down this way. Maybe it's going to come through. They did say there was a storm to the south of, the D.C. area coming across Maryland, so maybe that's what this is starting out as. But anyway, so anyways, with watching a little bit of the politics stuff yesterday morning, I happened to be awake and just had the TV on to see some news and weather, and they got into that Meet the Press show. Oh my God, is that show turned to the left or what? It was always bad, with Chuck Todd, what was it, Tim Russert there? He was the one that had the heart attack
he
and died.
Was the best, because that guy, he was, I guess he was technically a Democrat, but he was more of a honest independent. He tried to get both sides of the honest story. I liked him.
He laid it out there so you understood what was going on, and he didn't make it any biased with his opinion. You got the Joe Friday version there, the facts,
right?
Just the facts. And so anyways, they were interviewing people, and they were talking about the border crossing and all that. And the only thing that they could say, that the person who was being interviewed, I forget who he was there. He was a governor or been in the Senate or something. I don't know. The only thing he could say was that the Republicans refuse to give money. The Republican House will not give money to secure the border. Joe Biden's done everything he could to try. Who was running the House for the first 2 years? That wasn't the Democrat. Didn't the Democrats have the House the first 2 years? Or I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. But anyway, there hasn't been any lack of funding for wanting to do anything with the border, and it's just crazy to watch this stuff. And these people got these people drinking the Kool-Aid. Mm-hmm. I mean, they're so yeah, it's scary out there, Your Honor. Anyways, hey, to lighten things up a little bit, do you know what we're almost a month away from? Do you know what happens on February 18th, Your Honor?
Oh, is that like...
It would be a Sunday. The Daytona 500.
Really?
We are almost a month away from the Daytona 500.
Wow.
So anybody that's thinking that winter's got a hold on us or it's going to be terrible, we got a month to go, and less than a month to go, and we got the duels and all that stuff, the 24-hour thing, and it's here, Your Honor. We're this winter's another winter that never was. So at least for here, I know there's some people out there in the central part of the country that's got real winter going on now, but it didn't start back in October, and we don't have 40 feet of snow piled up and all that. So, anyways, but speaking of 40 feet of snow piled up, do you remember there was a few years ago that we had this snowstorm in Virginia that shut down Interstate 81 and people had to live out on 81 in the extreme temperatures and weather and everything for 24 hours because the snow plows couldn't do anything, and then all the trees fell. And you remember that a few years ago?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
So anyways, I had a load that went from where I just was to down. This was the I actually had to back off the one. I got something else I got to do today. I got an appointment to be at, so I had to give one up. They gave me the exact run that I had, that I was stuck out in that snow for 5 hours with that one time. And here, look at this. We got snow today. Can you imagine that? Whatever year ago that was. And how did we get past your third anniversary without really remembering it? I know you said something the other day.
Yes.
How did we get to January 11th and not remember? So sorry about that, but happy anniversary, Your Honor.
Yes, and I remembered on the 12th, right?
Exactly. I mean, it just came and went, and I mean, we had the last couple of years before that. We had all the big to do about it and reminisced and talked about cue ball there, sitting there in front of his big screen TV, drinking scotch or whatever it was he was drinking there, doing a play-by-play for you, and for your opening show. And if anybody wants to see it, I think he still got that on YouTube there. I think you can go see cue ball sitting there drinking his scotch.
Right.
But anyways, yeah. So I mean, it's just hard to believe all this has gone on and where we're at today and things going on. But I just heard that there, with the football game going on, and they said something about the NASCAR, and February 18th, the countdown is on. And then what? We're only 2 months away from the truck show now coming up. Another week next
hard
week.
To believe,
2 months.
Louisville.
You better get your bags packed, Your Honor. You're going to be doing some traveling this year. So, but anyway, I don't know. I guess that's about all the nonsense I can get into right now. And I don't know. I'm surprised I remember all that, because I can't remember what day of the week Scarecrow works. I don't know if he works. I got a message from him there saying I got to be careful what days of the week I call him, because apparently he doesn't work all the days I do. But anyway, so we'll have to get his schedule.
He normally works on Monday mornings. Seems like we normally do hear from him. Typically in that final hour on a Monday, I do believe. Anyway, it is, what do we got? Okay, 844-3388.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Laura Winters. This Sunday, we begin in the Middle East, where it's the 100-day mark of the Hamas terrorist attack in Israel. Families demanding the return of the more than 100 hostages still being held that were kidnapped on October 7th. The American media virtually silent on reporting on them. There appears to be no end in sight to the fighting. Anti-Israel protests in Washington, D.C., calling for a permanent ceasefire to end the war in Gaza. To politics now. Despite freezing cold temperatures, candidates campaigning in Iowa this Sunday, a historic cold forecast for Monday night during the caucuses. So how are the candidates responding to the weather? First, you'll hear from former President Donald Trump, then Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis.
It's going to be a little bit of a trek. Nobody knows how exactly we're going to get there, but we're going to figure it out.
This is an unbelievable amount of snow, but we are going to continue to try and touch as many people as we can.
We have a lot of people that we have signed up to commit to for us over many months. I think they're motivated, they're passionate, and they're going to show up. What about the broader electorate? I just don't know, but I'm confident our people are going to come out strong.
In other news, President Biden in Pennsylvania.
What do you say to members of your own party who are saying you needed congressional authorization for last night's strike?
They're wrong, and I sent up this morning when the strikes occurred exactly what happened.
President Biden calls the strikes against the Houthi rebels in Yemen a success. The president on a campaign stop at a school in Allentown, Pennsylvania. The DoD, Department of Defense, says to expect some sort of Houthi rebel retaliation, but the group, backed by Iran, has been attacking ships in the Red Sea for months. The Biden administration, along with military partners in Britain, finally carrying out massive strikes in Yemen. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout, and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
The city of Chicago struggling with housing illegal aliens, the city being accused by taxpayers, many who are lifelong Democrats, of prioritizing migrants over its residents. Chicago spending a whopping $156 million on migrant housing and care since October of 2022. The Biden administration doing absolutely nothing to stop the flow at our southern border with Mexico. USA Business News now. Detroit's North American International Auto Show moving back to January of 2025 after a less than stellar showing in the month of September, where it's been held over the past 2 years. In USA Sports, the University of Alabama picking Washington's Kalen DeBoer to replace legendary coach Nick Saban. He's flown to Alabama late Friday night to meet with the team. Here's USA's Tim Berg on the story.
The college football landscape will be changing forever. Nick Saban is moving on to the next chapter in his life. The Alabama head coach has announced his retirement. In a statement released late Wednesday, Saban said that the 17 years spent in Tuscaloosa weren't just about wins and losses, but about legacy and how they went about it. The goal has always been to help players create more value for their future. He went on to say Alabama will always be considered home. I'm Tim Berg.
And I'm Laura Winters, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Alrighty, looks like we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast, so that's it. Weekend over. Welcome into a Monday. Hope you had a good weekend. I know for most of us it was a cold weekend, and we start the new week right there. Cold. Let's take you on down to the state of Georgia. Fani Willis, the district attorney there, another that's, out to get Trump. House Judiciary Committee Chair Jim Jordan has launched an investigation into Fani Willis Friday for accepting more than $14.6 million in grant funds from President Biden's Justice Department between 2020 and 2023. Yeah, why, you ask? Well, the time frame of the funds suggests the Department of Justice granted Willis federal funds to finance Trump's prosecution. Jordan sent a letter to Nathan Wade, a Willis associate, requesting documents and information about the coordination of Willis's office with politically motivated probes and alleged misuse of federal funds. Now, Jordan's letter comes after a Monday court filing by Mike Roman, a political operative and co-defendant of Trump in the Georgia election case, who exposed or alleged 4 explosive facts about Willis' conduct while prosecuting Trump. Number 1, Nathan Wade, Willis's lead prosecutor in the Trump case, had an improper relationship with Willis. Number 2, Wade's law firm used funds paid by the county to take Willis on luxury vacations by using potentially fraudulent payments. Number 3, Wade was appointed without the required approval by authorities and had little to no prosecutorial experience. And number 4, Wade actually met twice with President Biden's White House counsel before indicting Trump in August, calling into question if the White House coordinated prosecuting Biden's 2024 political opponent. In the letter, Jordan raised 6 concerns about Willis and Wade's alleged wrongdoing and questioned if that $14.6 million in grant money actually financed the Trump prosecution. The FCDAO reportedly compensated you using a concoction of commingled funds, including monies confiscated or seized
by the FCDAO and monies directed from Fulton County's general fund. The committee has information that the FCDAO received approximately $14.6 million in grant funds from the Department of Justice between 2020 and 23, given the enormous legal fees you have billed to the FCDAO. There are open questions about whether federal funds were used by FCDAO to finance your prosecution. In fact, on one day, November 5th, 2021, you billed taxpayers for 24 hours of legal work, attesting that you worked all day and night without break on a politically motivated prosecution. A recent news report corroborates your coordination with partisan Democrats, explaining that you and the FCDAO staff quietly met with the partisan January 6th committee, which allowed you to review information that they had gathered. Politico reported that the partisan January 6th committee provided Willis a boost as she prepared to convene a special grand jury and even helped prosecutors prepare for interviews with key witnesses. Same article suggests that the January 6th committee provided you access to records that it withheld from other law enforcement entities and even other members of Congress. Now, this is just the latest effort to investigate Willis. Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene filed a complaint Wednesday against Willis and her top prosecutor, seeking the dismissal of the charges against Trump due to her alleged improper relationship with the top prosecutor in the case. She said, "I really have high expectations of Governor Kemp and our Attorney General Chris Carr. Now, there should be a criminal investigation. This isn't political at all. If Kemp ignores this, he is showing an extreme political bias," said Marjorie Taylor Greene. So the plot kind of thickens. But here on a Monday, what's going on, Pappy?
Steve, you remember me telling you a while back that if the government goes after you, here, General Flynn's a perfect example of this. The government goes after you, they got endless amount of money. They got trillions and trillions of dollars to bankrupt your butt, to force you into a plea deal because you just ran out of money. You don't have no more money for no attorneys. You sold your house. You sold your cars. You're living on the street. They can outspend me, you, and they can outspend Trump. What they do. Man, I was watching old Nikki in Iowa. I don't know if you've seen her little speech. Steve, she pounding the war drum, man. Like I said the other night, she is bought and paid for. She was up there talking about, listen, we're not defending Russia here. We're not defending Putin. But some of the stuff she was saying, Putin's on a conquest. He's going to invade Poland, talking all this crazy stuff.
Yeah.
And we need to make sure that we send our money over there so we don't have to send our troops. Where have we heard that before, Steve?
Mm-hmm.
Straight out of the big guy's mouth. Listen, man, Steve, we got to understand that these elites, global elites, whatever you want to call them, we got to stop looking at it being a left and right, Democrats, Republicans. They don't care who they have to use to get and keep their power. You follow what I'm saying here?
Right.
They could throw Biden under the bus. If they get a Republican in there that's going to go along with their little flow, they don't care. They don't care a bit. Because she's bought and paid for. That's why Trump got elected the first time. And buying. All these DC swamps either come from the weaponized industrial complex, or once they get out of Congress, get out of government, they end up taking these big six-figure more jobs, with this industry. Mm-hmm. They get hired on as these very high-paying CEOs or advisors. Why does the FBI and the CIA keep their security clearances after they leave their government jobs? Why is that, Steve? Because when they take these jobs, after they get out of government, they still have their clearances to conduct business with these people. It's all a scam. We have talked about this before, though. Keep the war going, keep the money floating. Hey, Bill Gates, man, his depopulation theory, Steve. One way to depopulate this planet is to have a couple wars. And in their mind, they're doing it legally. Well, it's a war, man. Steve, I hate to say it, we are in World War III. We're in it. Just ain't no nuclear bombs got dropped yet. That's all I got, Steve. I got to go. I got to call Lieutenant back.
All right. Well,
I appreciate you taking the call.
Duty calls.
It's cold, brother. It is cold.
Yeah, I can vouch for
Take
that.
care.
You got it. 16 past the hour. It's 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbochargers spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
They held their secret meeting behind closed doors. Talking about UFOs. Following the top secret meeting with the House Oversight Committee and the U.S. Intelligence Community Inspector General, Thomas Monheim. Several members of Congress now say the claims from the UFO whistleblower David Grush have merit. What's that mean? This was a follow-up to his claim last year that an illegal UFO crash retrieval program, which included the retrieval of UFOs, alien beings, and a retaliation campaign implemented to ensure the secrecy of the program. Grush, a 14-year Air Force veteran, said he's spoken to those who served in the program and have revealed outstanding claims of aliens killing humans. One representative, Jared Moskowitz of Florida, said, "We've now made, I would say, progress on some of the claims Grush made in his complaint. This meeting, unlike the one we had previously when we did this briefing, this one actually moved the needle," he says. Now, his Republican colleague from Tennessee, Tim Burkett, echoed the enthusiasm. I think everybody there left thinking and knowing that Grush is legit. Despite their enthusiasm, the congressman inside the sensitive compartmented information facility chose their words carefully in order to not tempt speculation. It's not little green men in flying saucers. The issue is tens of millions of dollars on an issue that we've been told does not exist since 1947. Burkett's statement appears to counter the sentiment of the Pentagon's outgoing UFO chief, Sean Kirkpatrick, last fall when he told Politico he hoped all the emerging data, UFO data, was from aliens. If we don't prove it's aliens, then what we're finding is evidence of other people doing stuff in our backyard, and that's not good. While evidence the public is searching for remains elusive, Moskowitz says if someone takes 10 claims or makes 10 claims, and then someone says, well, we didn't look at all 10 because they weren't all in the report, but hey, we found these 6 very credible, well, then you'd want to go attack those 6, is the way he put it. But what's that mean? I don't know that did we learn anything? C&I Dog. Hey there. What's going on?
Good morning. Sunday morning, it was like 11 below outside the house. I didn't gauge the amount of snow in the backyard, but I'm assuming it was somewhere between 8 and 9 inches in Kane County, Illinois area. It was real cold. They asked us to come to work because on our way was at Saturday morning to the Chicago area. It got bad in Kankakee. At first it started freezing rain, and then it turned to snow. And you think that they would run a good campaign on the salt trucks, ramps, flyover ramps and bridges and decks and stuff like that, but not as much. Everything else is pretty good. 294 ramp off of 57 on Saturday morning, and 2 company drivers, same company, sitting side by side, blocking both lanes. I found that quite interesting. Today, trying to get out of the yard because we pushed back our work for Friday. I'm sorry, I screwed that up. Friday morning, that's when the snow came. Today it was quite challenging getting out of the yard. There was quite a bit of snow and had problems with the fifth wheel and had a problem with the pancake on a trailer. You know, it releases the air brakes. You know, when you hook up their med line. So, how about you? How was the weather in your area?
Mighty darn cold. Cold. We got a few snow showers, woke up, the ground was kind of dusted, covered a little bit, and the road's a little slick. They did get the salt shakers out over the weekend, but I think that's the first time we've had to treat the streets. No real problems, just the cold now.
I'm going down towards Indy today, and the snow has gotten really light. You can actually see the foliage, a little bit of snow dusted in between the foliage.
Yeah.
But temperature down here is -3, so it's actually getting warmer as I head towards Indy. I started off with 7, working my way down to 3, which is good. Gonna still do that Groundhog Day festival in Woodstock, Illinois.
Yeah.
And can you get any video clips or audio clips? What would be a good way of sending you things, like via email? Does it accept video clips?
Yeah, email, that's fine, absolutely.
Okay, I'll give that a try. See if I can get some video clips for you. Do you post some things that people send you on your Facebook?
From time to time I do, yes.
Okay, great. Because I'm not a Facebooker. I was a long time ago, but I just too many things to do to just sit around and look at that. Well, that's all I got today. Oh, well, one more thing I want to say real quick. I find it a little disheartening when you go to pass somebody lately. They see you coming and you're moving along pretty good. They like to pull right out in front of you at the last minute. It's kind of dangerous. I kind of pray that people would start seeing the way of not doing that so much. I mean, you're visibly going slower than the guy trying to overtake you. It's kind of scary. Love the show. I'll call you a little bit later in the week.
All right. See you, hot dog. Hey, good to hear from you. Safe travels out there. All right. FedEx, the parcel delivery giant, said they haven't really seen much of a shift to air freight due to the disruptions in the Red Sea that have tacked on nearly 2 weeks to shipping transit times. Shipping over the ocean makes up 90% of global commerce, so even a small change would have an impact. But we haven't seen much yet, according to the CEO, speaking at the National Retail Conference over the weekend. I said the Iran-backed Houthis, as we know, attacking container ships in the Red Sea have forced some retailers to stock up on goods before the Chinese Lunar New Year holiday by seeking air or rail alternatives to transportation via the Red Sea. It's kind of a scramble to avoid empty shelves this spring, according to executives and experts who spoke to Reuters. The Chinese Lunar New Year. All right. This may actually be closest to the first thing closest to an actual Lunar New Year celebration in China, because they had shut all that travel down during their continuous COVID lockdown protocols for 3 darn years consecutively. But let's get a news break in here. We'll get back to your calls at 844-844-3388. Got a Monday coming on, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. This Sunday, we begin in Iowa, where the caucuses are set to start out in sub-zero temperatures. Records expected to be broken, and despite the weather, Republican presidential candidates busy campaigning in Iowa, meeting with voters. Vivek Ramaswamy and his team having to park the campaign bus because of all the snow and ice. Former President Trump, Nikki Haley, and Ron DeSantis talking about the weather situation.
It's going to be a little bit of a trek. Nobody knows how exactly we're going to get there, but but we're going to figure it out.
This is an unbelievable amount of snow, but we are going to continue to try and touch as many people as we can.
We have a lot of people that we have signed up to commit to for us over many months. I think they're motivated, they're passionate, and they're going to show up. What about the broader electorate? I just don't know, but I'm confident our people are going to come out strong.
And I'm Laura Winters, USA News.
Hey, here's a question. After you wear your clothes, you toss them in the washing machine, right? Nobody wants to wear dirty clothes. So how come you don't throw your shoes in the washing machine when they get dirty? I mean, come on. Your shoes are touching the filthy ground all day long. Gross. Well, with Skechers, you can. Because most Skechers are machine washable. That's right. Skechers are specially made so you can toss them right in the washing machine and keep them clean and looking new. And when they look new, you can confidently wear them longer. That's less shoes you're going to want to throw away, which means less waste. And it'll save you tons of dough. I love that. Plus, machine washable Skechers are for the whole family, men, women, and kids. So when your kids get their shoes dirty, and we know they will, just wash them. Brilliant. And even our latest technology, new hands-free Skechers slip-ins are washable. You just step right in and go without bending down or even touching your shoes. So give your Skechers the same treatment you give your clothes. Just toss them in the washing machine and keep them looking brand spanking new. Find machine washable Skechers at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear happens to be sold.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OvernightDrive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, it's a new day. It's a Monday. Oh, joy. Greatest day of the week, right? See what's going on with the grump. Hey there. Happy New Year.
Just trying to stay warm, buddy. Happy New Year. It's we got the dumbest damn dog. That new, we had to put our other dog down, Dutch. But we got this golden doodle.
Yeah.
My wife fell in love with it.
Yeah, those are beautiful dogs.
That damn dog. Oh, he's gorgeous, but he's as dumb as a stump. He will go out and lay on his back in the biggest snowbank that he can find, and just lay there. Just like, I looked out there yesterday before I left the house. I'm heading back. I let him outside, goof around there, and I looked out, and he had a ball in his mouth, laying in a damn snowbank, like he's in a recliner or something. I said, my God. So, yeah, we had to, dust him off when he got back in. But the little kids behind the house there, it's too cold right now, but when this first snow hit, it was just snow. I mean, it wasn't this cold. But hell, he had him out there, and he was dragging him around. He was laying on his back like he was a sled or something. He was dragging him all over. He just absolutely loved it. But, yeah, he's kind of weird. But, yeah, it's hard to believe how many times Nikki Haley has backed up what she said, backed off of what she said. I remember listening to her and going back over clips that she had talked about, like Social Security. She was talking about that yesterday, or day before yesterday. She was talking that, it's going to be insolvent in 10 years, and those are the people, the younger people are the ones that have to, be booted off and, wait to like that to start drawing Social Security. I'd like to know who in the hell these politicians are to start this crap, In the same sentence, the woman talked about Ukraine, and she said that the Ukrainians need, endless support to help them with fighting off Putin. And the same thing with the Israelis. They need everything that they need. We just need to keep giving and giving and giving and giving. How in the hell can they sit there and tell that we got all these deep pockets? That we can just give billions and billions and billions of dollars worth of military aid and financial aid to places like Ukraine and Israel. Now, I understand Israel is in a pinch, but I also understand Israel and Ukraine and everywhere else that we're forking over money is socialist countries. Basically they provide for their people. They free health care, everything like that. I don't know what kind of Social Security system that they have. I haven't really looked into it, but I do know that their health care is quite dependent on the United States dollar. What the hell? I still just can't wrap my mind around the fact that they think that Americans that are out here working their asses off, and looking for a day when they can retire. And I know Social Security is not supposed to be meant as a retirement. It's supposed to be a supplement to your retirement. But still, it's people's money. They paid into that. And to have somebody like Nikki Haley and even Ron DeSantis, he said the same thing, that it's an entitlement that needs to, be pushed back. What the hell are they talking about? I just cannot believe that these people are sitting here wanting people to vote for them, elderly and everybody else, to vote for them. And when they stand up one day and they'll talk this smack, and then the next day they're changing their mind and saying something else completely opposite and saying, no, you misunderstood me. It's just the damnedest thing I ever seen, man. And let's look at Joe Biden. Didn't Joe Biden, didn't he fire or have that Ukrainian prosecutor fired? With that whole thing, if you don't fire him, you're not going to get the money kind of thing. They played that clip over and over and over again.
Mm-hmm.
What the hell did he do with these idiots, with this idiot down in Georgia? Say, if you don't prosecute Trump, you're not going to get the money. It's this guy. It seems like he's, I don't know. He's one of the most corrupt presidents I've ever seen in my life. His whole administration has just been nothing but just an abysmal failure. And it's just, it just seems like every day, Steve, we're taking one step back in time over everything that we've pushed forward for. You know, they love to create these narratives that just keeps people voting for them, and you think people would catch on after a while. You know, they talked about single payer healthcare systems for years and years and years. You know, and they're the ones that stand up and say, you know, the Republicans are wanting to take away your Social Security, and the Republicans, that bunch of dumbasses, they just stand around and let them do it. You know, they no, we're not. You know, they never come back with anything about it. You know, they just, you know, just rarely ever have a conversation that is meaningful that you and I would give a damn about. I mean, look at Mitch McConnell, that mumbling idiot. He's about as bad as Joe Biden anymore. You know, I don't even think he knows what he stands for anymore. He's been in there so damn long. You know, it's just another campaign promise to keep them in office. But most of them that's been in there forever and ever and ever, they're in protected areas. You know, they're in areas that nobody will run against them. If they do, they know they're going to lose because, you know, they pump in so much money into those little areas. You know, it's just ridiculous. And then when they get in there, they find all this power. You know, if anybody in their right mind thinks that people actually vote for a person or somebody that they think is going to do something good for them, they're, you know, what the hell are they living in dreamland? I mean, who in the hell would actually vote for Ocasio-Cortez?
Right.
That goofball. I mean, she couldn't find her way out of a damn, a round room. I mean, it just blows my mind how people like that can get elected, number one. They don't do anything but bitch the whole time they're there, talk about all the failures of this country. And then people just keeps voting for them. This name recognition thing is just, if this country right now, Steve, is not right for a third party, I don't know what the hell is. I'd like to see a We the People party or something, not this no-name party like Joe
Manchin.
What's his name?
Yeah.
Manchin out of West Virginia, and now they're talking about recruiting Chris Christie, another failure. That idiot, he's ran for president now twice, and both times he never got above 3%. He is more determined than Joe Biden was. Joe Biden, at least, he ran, 3 times? And then finally he was pretty much given the damn opportunity to be placed in the position that he's in now. I still can't for the life of me believe that the last election was a legitimate election. I mean, you don't find 600,000 votes under a table, and places like how what they just grow there or something. I mean, just all of a sudden, like they did in Philadelphia, and to have one party that counts the votes and won't let the other party, stand within or even count them. I mean, it was just you can observe it, but you got to be way the hell over there. They couldn't see a damn thing, and it just I guess they just stepped on their toes and didn't kind of spoke their dismay about it, and that was the end of it. Instead of challenging every vote, but they I don't know. It's like I say, it was that whole scenario was kind of bad. I listened to Ted Cruz and he wanted to challenge all that, and that's one thing that Trump, he had to listen to Rudy Giuliani on that one. He said, no, Rudy's got all this in the bag. No, Rudy didn't. Rudy's, he screwed the pooch on that one, and it just, it's just we're paying for it now. But, Steve, something that blows my mind also is this misappropriation of funds. If we, as a business owner, or if you had, say, a credit card for Gold Eagle or Hot Shot Secret, and you just went out and bought any kind of damn thing you wanted to buy, they could slap a misappropriation of funds on you. That's not what it was for. And you usually sign little disclosures and things like that, understanding what that business income is about. Well, why isn't taxes the same damn way? I went completely through the 14th Amendment. I went through the tax amendment. Everything on it's in the Constitution. I didn't see a damn thing in there where it says that the president has the right or the ability to support illegal aliens. Just unilaterally, just say here, come on over here and we're going to give you a cell phone, which right now the United States is the government is the largest customer of Samsung phones, little flip phones and things. We're spending billions of dollars on them damn things just so they can hand them out to these illegal aliens. And then you look at the EBT cards, you look at all the HUD money that they're forking over to put them in homes and houses and paying for hotel bills and things like that. If that's not misappropriation of funds, I have absolutely no idea what is. If that's not a prime example of aiding and abetting a criminal, I don't know what the hell is. People would be charged for that. If I was to take money out of my pocket and Steve Summers was on the lam, for, I don't know, maybe you broke into a Skullbuster beer facility or something like that, and tipped a few and decided to make a break for it and say, call me and say, Grump, can you hide me out? Yeah, hell yeah, I'll pay for your way over here. Well, hell, I'm going to jail with you. It might as well have been me. It's just the way it is. It's aiding and abetting. But yet a president and Congress can say, yeah, come on over here. You guys just come on over. We'll give you money. We'll give you this. Violate our laws. Go ahead and violate the sovereignty of this country. Yes, it's a misdemeanor. But it don't make a damn if it's a misdemeanor. It's still a crime. And whenever you're handing them money when they come across the way they are, it just seems to me like we should have a class action lawsuit against the government itself. But I don't know, maybe Cruz or somebody like that will file it. But it's the damnedest thing I've ever seen, how much money that we are giving these people just to come over here right now. And they don't give a rat's ass, Steve. When they see some of the interviews and stuff like that and they ask them what they're here for, they're all asylum. They won't say they're here to work. They're here for asylum. How do we have that many screwed up countries in this world where we got to have half the population of other countries coming here, for asylum? No, they're coming here because they're getting stuff. They're getting free housing. They're getting food. They're getting clothes. Their kids are getting a free education where mine I had to pay for. Our tax dollars. If you wake up one day and you go, damn, my kid is dumber than a damn stump. Why is that? Probably because your teachers are having to teach all these Hispanics and everybody else, English and everything else, and leaving your kids to go. I mean, you're paying the bill, and they're not getting the education the other kids are. It just, where in the hell is this going to end at? Is it going to end with the next president? I don't think so. I think there's enough of these liberal judges that right now that are trying to just basically open the doors up. They're not. I've never seen judges in my life like what we see. Look at that idiot in New York that's doing the civil case on Trump. Smiles at the camera every time you see him. He wouldn't let a defendant speak. Isn't that our God-given right? It wasn't just that. It was enshrined in our Constitution. Anybody has the right to defend themselves. You have the right to due process. It's right there in the 14th Amendment. But yet this bonehead, he can't speak. Well, what'd Trump do? He got up and spoke. I would have too. I said, you ain't shutting me up, fool. This is a civil case. You want to prosecute me criminally, well, I'll give you something to do that for. But right now, it's civil. But it just, I don't know. I've never seen such a miscarriage of justice in my life as what's going on with this Justice Department that we have right now. And then all this money that was funneled down into this idiot in Georgia so she could prosecute Trump under some of the stupidest things I've ever seen in my life. It's, I don't know. You just want to wake up one of these days, Steve, and just say, hell, was it all a dream? Or did it really happen? No, It really happened, so. Man, I tell you, I don't know. It's this next election. When you look at the money that's being spent on these elections, over $1 billion every election, every presidential election is over $1 billion. People are forking over that kind of money for one damn reason, because they're making money off of it. They're not giving a damn about who's in office. They're caring more about who can pass what legislation that can better their businesses or better their bank accounts. That's all the hell it is. And that's one of the reasons why they're forking over so much money. But yeah, it's amazing, isn't it? You know, $1 billion election. Wow, man! I'll tell you what. I'm running right now. It's about 5 below zero over here, but I've never seen so many damn trucks froze up in my life as what's been out here. I've seen about 10 since I left St. Louis. I had to run a load over there and come right back, but there've been about 10 of them, you know, sitting out here on the, you know, just hoods up and, you know, button just barely running.
So
they're
not
I stopped behind one. And
they ain't got their diesel treated, right? They don't not the winter defense.
Yep, none of that hot shot secret. I used Sta-Bil this time. I wanted to try it. I've always used. I got some hot shot secret, but the anti-gel, but I wanted to try the Sta-Bil also. You know, I told Kevin I'd give it a shot, see what happens there. But I really like it. You know, it's you're putting about an ounce in for every 8 gallons of fuel, and a 32-ounce bottle of it, treats about 250 gallons down to 40 below zero. And hell, my water temperature's up. It's running about 185 out here. And I was talking to a guy a little bit ago, and he said, "Man, my damn water temperature," he said, it's just a little bit above 140. And he said, "I think this ain't gonna gel up." I said, "What'd you put in there?" He said, "Well, some of that stuff started with an H." And I said, "Yeah. I said, "Once you drink you fifth of liquor or something and pee in the tanks, it's not the same damn thing." But I said, "Yeah, I said, you got to use good stuff, pal." I had to point it out to him. So, but anyway, it's I'm pretty impressed with both of them. I don't use anything else. I mean, it's just it's worked for me for years, and it's going to continue working. I just wanted to give this Sta-Bil a try since they're part of. I see you got it there on your little desk there.
Yeah,
I'm not talking out of turn there, but yeah, it's good stuff. If you can't find Hot Shot Secret, the anti-gel, get some Sta-Bil. It's some fantastic stuff. Anyway, buddy, that's about all I got. I'm gonna get over here at the house and see what's froze up. Hell, I couldn't hardly get in the front door today. The lock was froze. So, we'll see how it goes. But yeah, I'm ready for some warm weather, man. I'm getting old and I'm getting cranky, and I hate cold weather now. I used to love it.
Yep.
Now I can't stand it. Just like I can't get warm enough, when I do get cold.
The days we would go out with our sled and our ice skates and be out there, and you can't feel your nose, you can't feel your ears, but you didn't want to go in. No. Those days are long gone. All right, we'll be back right after this. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Where we leave off there. 5-7 checks in on a Monday. Hey, it's a little cool there in South Carolina, is it?
No, about 35.
Okay.
Yeah, it's supposed to be in the 20s, upper 20s next 2 nights. It's going to be, upper 50s and 60s. During the day. We're good. Matter of fact, last Saturday, I called the folks and Eskimo Mom and the rest of them, and they're all running through snowstorms, winds. I told them, hey, it was 62 degrees and muggy down here. I was heading to South Georgia, and I had the air conditioner on. And Pup had a few words for me.
Yeah, I bet he did.
Well, hey, y'all gripe and moan about the weather. Well, and nobody does. Well, I did something about it, dadgummit. I loaded that U-Haul all by myself. So, we'll leave it at that. Nikki Haley. And now, everybody, hey, Grump and our resident police officer, they pretty much set it straight with Nikki Haley. So I got that little term. They would vote for Biden over Trump if Nikki Haley ain't there or whatever. I got news for you. If you've got children, right now your children are in, let's say you didn't like the tweets. You're a soccer mom with a 15, 16, 17-year-old. Right now, your children are at risk of World War III being drafted. I hope you enjoy your choice. Your children might pay for it on the battlefields around the world. I seen a reel or a post. I don't know it's real because I didn't see anywhere else on the news. American forces are in Israel, around Gaza. Big question mark. So I'm still looking for more of that. You can't believe everything you see on.
Right.
And Grump did say something. That I understand what he's saying, but the money going to Israel. Remember, Ukraine. No, there's no way. Israel. There's American hostages there. There's a lot of Americans that.
Right. Hey, we've got to pause there, though. We got to get a news break, and we'll be back after this.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Laura Winters. This Sunday, we begin in the Middle East, where it's the 100-day mark of the Hamas terrorist attack in Israel. Families demanding the return of the more than 100 hostages still being held that were kidnapped on October 7th. The American media virtually silent on reporting on them. There appears to be no end in sight to the fighting. Anti-Israel protests in Washington, D.C., calling for a permanent ceasefire to end the war in Gaza. To politics now. Despite freezing cold temperatures, candidates campaigning in Iowa this Sunday, a historic cold forecast for Monday night during the caucuses. So how are the candidates responding to the weather? First, you'll hear from former President Donald Trump, then Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis.
It's going to be a little bit of a trek. Nobody knows how exactly we're going to get there, but we're going to figure it out.
This is an unbelievable amount of snow, but we are going to continue to try and touch as many people as we can.
We have a lot of people that we have signed up to commit to for us over many months. I think they're motivated, they're passionate, and they're going to show up. What about the broader electorate? I just don't know, but I'm confident our people are going to come out strong.
In other news, President Biden in Pennsylvania.
What do you say to members of your own party who are saying you needed congressional authorization for last night's strike?
They're wrong, and I sent up this morning when the strikes occurred exactly what happened.
President Biden calls the strikes against the Houthi rebels in Yemen a success. The president on a campaign stop at a school in Allentown, Pennsylvania. The DoD, Department of Defense, says to expect some sort of Houthi rebel retaliation, but the group, backed by Iran, has been attacking ships in the Red Sea for months. The Biden administration, along with military partners in Britain, finally carrying out massive strikes in Yemen. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
The city of Chicago struggling with housing illegal aliens, the city being accused by taxpayers, many who are lifelong Democrats, of prioritizing migrants over its residents. Chicago spending a whopping $156 million on migrant housing and care since October of 2022. The Biden administration doing absolutely nothing to stop the flow at our southern border with Mexico. USA Business News now. Detroit's North American International Auto Show moving back to January of 2025 after a less than stellar showing in the month of September, where it's been held over the past 2 years. In USA Sports, the University of Alabama picking Washington's Kalen DeBoer to replace legendary coach Nick Saban. He's flown to Alabama late Friday night to meet with the team. Here's USA's Tim Berg on the story.
The college football landscape will be changing forever, Nick Saban is moving on to the next chapter in his life. The Alabama head coach has announced his retirement. In a statement released late Wednesday, Saban said that the 17 years spent in Tuscaloosa weren't just about wins and losses, but about legacy and how they went about it. The goal has always been to help players create more value for their future. He went on to say Alabama will always be considered home. I'm Tim Berg.
And I'm Laura Winters, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Here we go. Final hour on a Monday. Haven't really been paying attention. I don't know. Are poultry prices beginning to creep higher? Egg prices? The avian flu thing continues to wreak havoc in parts of the country. Yeah, the last month should have been the most profitable month of the year for Liberty Ducks, a poultry farm in Sonoma County, California. Well, instead, the 31-year-old business is suddenly face-to-face with a possible shutdown. Liberty Ducks said there was never going to be a good time for this to hit, but during the holidays was especially hard. The farm has been crippled by the outbreak. Last month, the farm was one of 9 locations in Sonoma County infected with the avian flu. As a result, poultry farmers in that county have been forced to destroy more than 1 million birds while trying to quarantine their flocks to curb the outbreak. Now, this outbreak's been ongoing since 2022, but the sudden surge last month meant regional restaurants in the winery-rich region are seeing their supplies of poultry dwindle. Experts warn this may only be the beginning of a spike in California. Restaurants are looking for product, according to the California Poultry Federation. Now, the disease has yet to affect prices or supply across the state as a whole, given the poultry is available from other counties and outside the state. But restaurants, some stores, and other wholesalers who prefer to use local sources are suddenly seeing their supply dwindle. Everyone's looking to see what they can do to prevent even more. Liberty Ducks supplies ducks to Bay Area restaurants and more than 200 wholesalers. But because the company's location is under quarantine, the farm cannot start new production. Our business will be at a standstill for at least 2 months until the quarantine's lifted or we find other locations. Poultry companies, as we know, have been feeling the effects of the avian flu Since since that point in time, more than 79 million birds have been affected in 47 states. In California, the virus has affected 37 commercial and 22 backyard flocks, totaling 5.4 million birds. Now, here we are nearing 2 years since the outbreak began. The avian pandemic has not gone by unnoticed by consumers. Of course, last year, we saw the egg prices skyrocket all over the country. 1 year ago this month, a dozen large eggs jumped to a high of $7.37 compared to $2.35 the year before. Yeah, unfortunately, the same climate and geography that make poultry farming popular in some areas of the country is what draws in wild birds like ducks and geese that carry the flu with them into the state. As the virus can pass from one animal to another, saliva, mucus, feces, wildlife can bring this virus into their farms, and because it is so infectious, farmers try to keep their flocks safe through biosecurity practices, requiring clean footwear before workers enter a farm. Several big farms also try to reduce risk by prohibiting their workers from owning backyard flocks. But this past month, the poultry farmers in Northern California have been particularly hard hit by the virus. Our number as we get that final hour underway is 844-844-3388. See if, let's see, Eagle, you hanging in there, or Jim? Are you with me?
Yeah, I'm still here. Yeah, I'm still here.
All right, well, pick up. Here we go. What's up?
Yeah. Yeah, like I told you when I called in earlier on the break, I want to make one quick statement about the situation with Marjorie Taylor and Hunter Biden, what happened last week, because I didn't get to comment on that. Yeah, Steve, okay. So Hunter Biden shows up into the courtroom. They said that he's filming, show you what kind of a lowlife this guy is, Steve. They say he's filming a movie or something. Some kind of movie they're making about his miserable life. And he had the nerve to bring these cameras to the courtroom. And then as soon as Marjorie Taylor, it was her turn to speak, he gets up out of the seat and walks out of the courtroom. He ain't got nothing to say to her because she was going to call him out, about why he didn't show up for the last subpoena. They should have closed the doors so he couldn't get out. What several people said. There was another woman who said that they shouldn't have allowed him to walk out of that courtroom. But he's just like a slap in the face, to the American people and to the people that want to see justice. He knows that he has Biden in his back pocket, or his father. But this guy is definitely guilty. And like I say, Marjorie Taylor, she's still out there for me, for Donald Trump. Some people say he might have made up his mind for vice president, but he needs to keep her in mind because she speaks her mind. She says and she's not a turncoat. I heard some other people, they didn't say that they didn't like what I said earlier about the situation with Nikki Haley, but they are right about that, Steve. You got to watch her. I don't know if she's bought and paid for by the Democrats. That's what a lot of people are saying. Plus, Vivek, I'm not willing to sell out the Republican Party, to get her in. But I'm just saying, if it came down to it, I would support her. But you'd have to really keep a real close eye on her to make sure that she's not working for the Democrats and nothing but a rhino in disguise. I hope she wouldn't sell out the Republicans like that. But at this point, anything is possible, Steve. Anything is possible. But like I told you last week, Steve, I keep hearing that same rumor about Joe Biden, that he's not going to be the man 24. He's just hanging around for a couple more months until he can pardon his son Biden, and then he's going to move on. From what I'm hearing, so we'll see what happens in the next couple of weeks, or what Mr. Joe Biden does. And I thank you for taking my call.
Thank you very much. Speaking of Hunter Biden, I guess his attorneys are now saying Hunter will sit for a closed-door deposition if they reissue a subpoena, arguing that the prior subpoena were legally invalid because the impeachment inquiry did not yet exist when those subpoenas were issued. According to Hunter's lawyer, in a letter to congressional leaders, this was on Friday, this just hours after the House set a vote this week to hold Hunter in contempt of Congress for repeatedly defying subpoenas, failing to appear for the closed-door deposition in December, offering instead to only testify in public. Yeah, well, the Oversight Committee voted last Wednesday to advance that contempt of Congress resolution to the House floor. It appears Hunter fears the House will approve holding him in contempt. Hunter's lawyer told the Oversight Committee Chair James Comer and Jim Jordan that Hunter will sit for a closed-door deposition if another subpoena is issued. Stating, consequently, the November 8 and 9 deposition subpoenas to Mr. Biden and the contempt resolutions approved by your committees on January 10, based on those subpoenas, were and are legally invalid. You've not explained why you are not interested in transparency and having the American people witness the full, complete testimony of Mr. Biden at a public hearing. If you issue a new proper subpoena, now that there is a duly authorized impeachment inquiry, Mr. Biden will comply for a hearing or deposition. We will accept such a subpoena on Mr. Biden's behalf. Still trying to dictate how things work, right? Hunter is a material witness in the House impeachment inquiry of Joe. They opened the probe into the Biden family November of 22, revealing that Joe received money from James and Hunter. They also showed that 9 additional Biden family members received payments from the family's foreign business ventures, including 2 of Joe Biden's grandchildren. But as the world turns, right, just another day. Under industry headlines, before we get back to your calls, any future trucking regulations should be about safety and not to benefit the tech manufacturers. That's the message from OOIDA to the Department of Transportation ahead of an advisory committee meeting planned this week. The DOT will launch their Transforming Transportation Advisory Committee. That first meeting coming up this Thursday, the 18th. TTAC must ensure that future technology regulations and policies result in safe, secure, affordable, and equitable deployment for new technologies. Further regulations should not just benefit the tech manufacturers or the larger trucking companies that can purchase the equipment, but must support a safe, productive workforce that improves the quality of trucking jobs. Now, that message at a time when the FMCSA is in the process of developing several rulemakings that will rely on technology to improve safety. We're talking the autonomous vehicles, speed limiters, automatic emergency braking systems. On each of those categories, starting with autonomous vehicles, despite the various claims that automated vehicles will lead to 0 deaths, there continue to be real-world situations which automation has devastatingly failed. For truckers who must share the road with these vehicles to do their job, an accident caused by autonomous technology could put them out of business and cause serious injury or death. Now, on the speed limiters, by establishing a one-size-fits-all federal mandate restricting heavy-duty commercial vehicles to a speed that is separate from passenger vehicles, this regulation would create dangerous speed differentials.
Decades of highway research show greater speed differentials increase interaction between truck drivers and other road users. Studies have consistently demonstrated increasing interactions directly increases the likelihood of crashes. On the automatic emergency brakings, lastly, while there are many potential operational concerns about AEB systems, truckers are especially worried about the potential for false activations. As you can imagine, drivers are alarmed that the 80,000-pound truck they're driving could unexpectedly brake, in some cases to a complete stop for no reason. OOIDA wants to make sure the FMCSA doesn't use beyond compliance policies to reward larger trucking companies for simply purchasing unproven safety equipment for their trucks. Now, OOIDA members are concerned that beyond compliance has the potential to give an advantage to only those motor carriers who can afford costly new technologies. If these carriers are rewarded with better public safety scores than smaller carriers, smaller would likely see their scores downgraded without any actual change in their safety performance. We have encouraged the DOT to listen to actual truck drivers who travel the highways for a living rather than representatives for the large fleets. And, clear lines at 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Once again, it is 844-844-3388. All right, as we close out a weekend, Monday, some of the coldest and most persistent Arctic air in a couple of years will have the intensity and the staying power to trigger feet of lake-effect snow and whiteouts in some areas of the upper Midwest and interior Northeast. There's the risk of a ground-covering snow squall, even reaching as far as some of the coastal areas in the Northeast. Of course, one push has already settled in. That next push is in the process as we speak. There will be another opportunity for snow across the I-95 corridor Monday night into Tuesday as that southern storm makes a run along the Atlantic coast. Now, as the frigid air passes over the relatively warm waters of the Great Lakes, that moisture released will result in towering bands of clouds, tremendous amounts of snow on the downwind landscape. This lake effect snow can result in
highly variable weather conditions. You may have clear skies in one area, blizzard conditions in a span of less than 1 mile. It's bizarre how these things set up. Now, depending on how long the bands persist over certain areas, a tremendous amount of snow can fall. These bands can behave like intense summertime showers with thunder and lightning, but obviously producing heavy snow rather than torrential downpours. The complete lack of ice cover and water temperatures well above the historical average, combined with this brutal cold, can fuel extreme snowfall rates. I mean, we're talking to the tune of 3 to 4 inches in an hour's time. Not only will lake effect snow be measured by the feet downwind of the lakes into the start of the week, but several more feet may pile up from Tuesday through Wednesday, especially along some of the shores of Lake Erie and Ontario. With the persistent west-southwest wind flow, it'll be favorable to Buffalo and the south towns off of Lake Erie and areas to the north of Watertown off Lake Ontario to receive the heaviest snow. Now, for much of the country, this is going to end up being some of the coldest and most persistent Arctic air we've seen in several winters here. At the full extent, frigid air reaching coastal areas of the Northwest, much of the Rockies, Plains, Midwest, South, and Northeast around mid-January. Well, that's right about now, 15th of January. As we head toward midweek, nighttime lows around Chicago will range from the lower single digits to several below zero. Further east, New York City will have multiple nights with low temperatures well down into the 20s this week. You'd have to go back to February of 2022 to find something about as cold and as lengthy as this outbreak here, at least for the whole of the central and eastern USA. This is going to cause spray to freeze along the shores of the Great Lakes, freezing overwash on the shorelines that face the winds. Looks like today, from now till Tuesday night, bands of lake effect snow are expected to ramp up once again. Many areas along the eastern shorelines will pick up an additional 1 to 3, 3 to 6, some areas 6+ inches. Now, areas along the far northwest tip of Michigan, locations in and around Buffalo, and east of Watertown could be some of the places that observe 6 to 12 inches of snow from Monday to Tuesday. Some areas may see totals approaching 24 inches. Now, I know they spent a lot of time, had the volunteers out trying to shovel the snow at the stadium there for Buffalo, so they can get that game in later on this afternoon. But it's been a mess. I mean, the idea, the parking lots. I was looking at some of the video where they've brought volunteers in, some fans, offering them $20 an hour. And they set these big chutes up in the stands that lead down to the field. They throw that snow into the chute that kind of just runs down, dumps onto the field, and then they've got the big equipment on the field to scoop it up, put it in the likes of big dump trucks and haul it away. A lot of snow. All right, about a minute before news break, and it's 844-844-3388. Hello to Steve, Columbus, Ohio, checking in. It's Monday already. Yes, the weekend went by way too fast, as usual. Yeah, we pretty much stayed in, sat around the whole weekend. Another day or two of that would have been perfect. But yes, this morning got the long johns on, the thermos full of hot coffee, and hopefully the truck starts this morning. It is a cold one here in central Ohio. Everybody enjoy. I'm looking, looks like, we're down to currently 4 degrees outside the secret bunker. 4. It's as cold as it's been in quite a while here. All right, we get a news break, come back with more, and jump on in at 844-844-3388. A Monday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA News Update. Frigid conditions across the United States this Sunday. In Kansas City, Missouri at the playoff game, Patrick Mahomes' helmet shatters in the freeze during the game. His backup helmet also frozen. The weather was way too much for the Miami Dolphins, Kansas City winning the game 26-7. Now, despite all this unbelievably cold weather, Republican presidential hopefuls on the campaign trail in Iowa ahead of the caucuses tomorrow night. Sound from former President Trump, Nikki Haley, and Ron DeSantis.
It's going to be a little bit of a trek. Nobody knows how exactly we're going to get there, but we're going to figure it out.
This is an unbelievable amount of snow, but we are going to continue to try and touch as many people as we can.
I was shocked at how many people were willing to come, given how much snow's on the ground, but I'm going to use every minute I can to be able to win votes.
And I'm Laura Winters, USA News.
Attention timeshare owners. Tired of the financial stress? Were you misled by the salesperson? Don't or can't use your timeshare anymore? If any of these apply to you, then you may qualify for timeshare cancellation and get the relief you need now. Timeshare Defense Attorneys is the #1 affordable fixed fee legal solution in the country, with an A+ Better Business Bureau rating. That's certainly better than my grades. They even offer a 100% client satisfaction guarantee. Let one of their experienced lawyers evaluate your case and explain the process. If they take you as a client, they'll work on your case until it's resolved in your favor, guaranteed. Expect great service and a close working relationship with your lawyer, keeping you informed every step of the way, protecting your rights, interests, and even your credit. It's that simple. Even a kid like me can understand it. The consultation is free. Call today.
800-875-1853. 800-875-1853. That's 800-875-1853.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, a couple of updates to throw your way. Let me start with the Defense Secretary, Lloyd Austin. This past day, Sunday, White House National Security spokesman John Kirby said Lloyd Austin's doctors think he may need additional care. We'll see, when he can be released. So he's still hospitalized. But obviously, they still feel he may need some additional care. Part of that is physical therapy. Kirby said there's routine, regular communication between the president and the defense secretary, and that the secretary remains actively involved and engaged from the hospital. Yeah, he's hospitalized. He is now in good condition. He spent several days in ICU there, of course, during those days when even the president was not aware that they did not yet have a specific date for his release, but admitted to Walter Reed National Military Medical Center on December the 22nd, several days before Christmas, for the prostate cancer treatment. Then returned. He went home, then returned to the hospital on New Year's Day. Complications, including a urinary tract infection, and he's been there ever since. On Friday, the president said he has confidence in Austin, despite what the president agreed was a lapse in judgment by the Pentagon chief over his secret hospitalization. Obviously, his failure to tell the president he was hospitalized, drawing a lot of criticism from lawmakers, and even caught the White House by surprise. The big news last week. Obviously, when you drive a truck for a living, you stop in and your local truck stop, whatever it may be, and you're probably carrying some snacks. You get hungry when you're rolling down the highway. The Quaker Oats Company adding 24 additional types of granola bars, cereals, and snack food to a recall over possible salmonella contamination. They announced the additional recall in the U.S. and Canada late last week. The expanded recall includes Quaker Chewy granola bars and cereals, Captain Crunch bars, and select cereals. Gamesa Maria's cereal, never heard of that one. Gatorade peanut butter chocolate protein bars, Munchies Munch Mix, and snack boxes that contain those products. Food and Drug Administration has received at least 24 reports of adverse events related to the products that were initially recalled. No illnesses confirmed to be linked to the foods. Adverse events can include medical problems, but also complaints about off taste or color of a product, defective packaging, or other non-medical issues. But the FDA said they will continue to investigate the reports. Salmonella, obviously no fun. Fever, diarrhea, nausea, vomiting, stomach pain, and rare cases, the bacterial infections can be fatal. They say if you've got these products, you should check your pantry for any of the products listed and throw them away. The company's recall website has additional information and details if you'd like to get reimbursement. But there you go. It is 844-844-3388.
When you live in a little country town out of the way, you and all your neighbors learn to do an awful lot of things for yourselves, and you come to be very independent of as much outside help as is possible, because you just can't always pick up a phone and call somebody for help. You just got to do it your own self. So lots of times folks will just get real good at doing one thing or another, and they sort of specialize in that field. And that's the way it was with Chicken Watson. Chicken was the closest thing we had to a veterinary in our part of Long County, Georgia. He was called on all the time to fix up sick animals, and Chicken specialized in sick mules. I guess he knew more about sick mules than anybody that ever lived. We had a couple that lived there named Glenn and Clara Purdy. And Glenn was a seaman, and he'd be gone sometimes 3, 4, 5 weeks at a time. He shipped out of the port of Jacksonville, Florida, second-class seaman. And one summer, when Glenn was off on a trip somewhere, one of his most prized mules got out in the onion grass and sour weeds and just had himself a feast. He swelled up like a balloon. He was moaning and snorting. He's in pain, all bloated up real bad. And if you know anything about animals, you know that when they get in that shape, you don't get them some relief pretty soon, they're going to die. Well, Clara come home from shopping in Ludowici, and that mule was in bad shape. He was down bad. Clara knew if that mule died, that she just better get shut of town, because Glenn had fixed her clock. Glenn had raised more hell than 26 preachers at a Baptist prayer meeting. She went running out there. That mule was groaning and moaning. She opened up that barnyard gate and run in there, looked him all over, run around him in a circle a couple times. She balled up her little fist, and she hauled off and punched him in the side just as hard as she could and run over and jumped up on the fence and sat there. And nothing happened, so she come running back, and she balled up her little fist, and she give him another shot and run sit up on that fence. And the reason she was running to get up on that fence is because you don't want to be nowhere near a bad down mule if that gas pops loose. Now, you may think a paper mill smells bad or some of that Los Angeles fog, but you don't want to be anywhere in the same county with a mule if that gas pops loose. Anyway, she hit him, and she hit him, and she'd run and jump on the fence, and nothing happened except that mule got madder and sicker and furiouser. And Clara was in a panic. That mule was hurting. And Glenn was going to put the hurt on her if anything happened to that mule. She ran across the road where some folks had a telephone, and she called down the feed and hardware store looking for Chicken Watson, and he was there. He worked around there sometimes, and she got him on the phone, and she hollered at him, told him what the matter was, and he sort of tried to calm her down. Now, Clara's about half deaf, and she was shouting in one end of the line about what was the matter, and Chicken was shouting in the other end of the line, and that mule was moaning and braying and snorting out there, and things were going from bad to worse. And finally Chicken shouted, said, "Damn it, Clara, now shut up and let me tell you what to do." Clara was sniffling and crying and listening the best she could, and she shut up long enough for Chicken to tell her, and he told her, said, "You go out to the barn and you get 1.5 cups of turpentine, 3 cups of sorghum molasses, and 3 cups of that old sour dandelion wine that Glenn keeps out there, and you put it in one of them small crocks, and you mix it up real good, take it in the house, add about 1/2 knock of baking soda, put it in a pot and bring it to a 1/2 boil. You take it out there and you pour it in that mule, and you wait 5 minutes, and then you go over there and you kick him in the belly, right behind the ribs, as hard as you can, and you run like hell and get up on that fence." Clara said, "Chicken, I ain't about to pour that down that mule's throat. Now, I know Glenn is going to hurt me bad, but I'd rather have that happen than to lose 4 of my fingers from that mule chewing on it." Chicken said, "Clara, you ain't going to lose no fingers." Said, "You go out to the barn and you get that planting bugle and you run it down that mule's throat and pour it down in there." You know what a planting bugle is? A planting bugle is a long brass tube about 3.5 feet long, and it's got a bell on one end. It looks like one of them horns they blow in them old-timey movies when them knights come and go knock each other off their horses. It looks like, you know, them Robin Hood horns. And you use it, you hold it in your left hand, and you put that sack of corn or seed on your shoulder, and you hunch that seed, and them seed will go down in that bell, and they come out 1 or 2 at a time, and it spaces your crop. It's a planting bugle. It's got a flared in, sort of a funnel at one end. And when I was a kid, you could take that bugle, and the folks, the mamas and daddies around Long County, if you held your mouth just right and blew on it hard enough, you could get a blasting sound that you could hear for 1.5 miles. And in the late afternoon, you'd hear them planting bugles going off all over Long County, Georgia, folks calling the kids home for supper. Well, Clara run back across the road. She found the bugle. She got the crock. But like I told you, she's about half deaf, and she got the measurements all mixed up. She put in 3 cups of turpentine. She put a cup and a half each of sorghum molasses and green persimmon wine. And instead of a half a knock, which is when you knock a box of powder on the side of a pot, you just bump it easy and a little bit comes out. That's a half a knock. Instead of a half a knock, she put in a half a box of baking soda. And she put it on the stove and she brought it to a half a boil, which is when them little bitty bubbles start coming up out of the bottom of the pot. And she grabbed that pan, got that bugle, and she run out in the yard. But by the time she got there, that mule was in bad shape. He was dying. She had that pot in one hand and that planting bugle in the other. And she's crying and scared and excited, and that mule was down on his front knees with his forehead right flat on the ground. And she run around him in a circle trying to figure out how she's going to get his head up to get that bugle down his throat with his forehead flat on the ground, and she knew there wasn't no way to get it in there, so she just run around behind him and picked up his tail and drove it home. And she'd jiggle that bugle a couple of times, and she'd pour that juice and jiggle that bugle and pour that juice and jiggle that bugle and pour that juice, and finally got all of him. And she ran up and got on the fence, and she was sitting there, and she counted to 300 real slow. She got off that fence, she run over there and took her foot, and she like to punted that mule halfway out of the barnyard. She give him a shot, and she run back and got on the fence, and she hadn't no more got there than that mule just kind of levitated up off the ground. He just come up. That juice hit ground. It hit bottom. Them weeds that was causing that blockage just kind of dissolved. He jumped right straight up on the air. He let fly with that planting bugle. Boom! And he was gone down the road. Well, Clara had forgot to shut the barnyard gate. He went out that gate like he was on fire, hit that state road, made a right turn, and went down toward Big Will's Creek, and about every 10 steps he was letting fly with a blast on that planting bugle. Boom! Sound like an air horn. Well, now, Big Will's Creek is about 100 feet wide. And the mill had built one of them old hand-pulled barges to get the log trucks from one side of the creek to the other side of the creek. And they'd hired this old boy named Dude Barnes to stand there and pull them trucks back and forth across the creek. And Dude stayed in the little house right there on the bank of the creek, and when he'd hear one of them air horns, why, he'd go out there and he'd pull that old barge. He'd pull that old ferry over to whatever side of the creek he heard that horn blowing on. Well, it was late on a Saturday afternoon, and he was about half squashed on that old Pop Skull whiskey, and it was hot, and he'd been sitting there in that old house, and he heard that bugle blowing. Boom! He run out there, and he started tugging on that barge, see? He was going to get it over there where that truck was coming, he thought. Well, meantime, there's a log truck coming in the other direction. And old Dude just kept coming, and that truck would blow his air horn, boom, out, and that bugle would blow from that mule, boom, out, and old Dude just kept tugging, getting that ferry over to the other side of the creek. That truck come around that curve and whoop, right into Big Will's Creek, because the barge was gone. About that time, Dude hit the other side of the creek, and here come that mule. He run right out to the end of that barge. He let fly with a blast on that bugle, and he took one jump, landed on his knees on the other side of the creek, stood right straight up, boom, and he was gone. We ain't never seen that mule again. Gone to Texas. Well, that log truck was underwater. An old Dude was just standing there with his mouth open, watching everything go on. And he got that truck driver out of that truck. Truck was a total loss. An old Dude and that truck driver is walking down the road cussing at each other. Glenn and Clara Purdy got a divorce. Ain't never seen that mule again. Truck driver got fired. An old Dude got fired too, because they figured any man that didn't know the difference between a log truck and a mule with a bugle up his butt didn't need to be running no ferry boat anyway.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Life on the road is tough, but the Big Rig mattress is tougher. With 15 years of industry-leading technology, our hybrid mattresses with its individual pocketed spring core is the best on the market. Road tested for millions of miles, it is the last mattress you'll buy for your truck. We are so confident that's why our spring support core is guaranteed for 10 years. Most sizes ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes are also available. When you get tired of waking up with sore, achy muscles, visit thebigregmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Rest assured, with the Big Rig Mattress, we've got your back.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com.
Trying to pull up the update here for Friday via Reuters News. The U.S. bankruptcy judge Friday approving Yellow Corporation's $82.9 million sale of 23 leased shipping centers to 6 other trucking companies. This 1 month after the majority of the real estate assets sold for $1.88 billion. U.S. bankruptcy judge in Wilmington, Delaware, approving the sale in a written order Friday after Yellow filed the court papers indicated no one had raised any objections to the sale. Rival trucking company Estes Express Lines was the largest buyer in Yellow's latest asset sale, picking up 5 leased properties for a price of $35.3 million, according to the court documents. Estes had previously purchased 24 properties from Yellow at a cost of $248 million, and they had offered $1.525 billion in that unsuccessful effort to buy all of Yellow's real estate. Yellow chose to break up the business rather than keeping the company intact for potential buyers, with most of the real estate assets already sold. The company is focused on a separate sale of the vehicle fleet. All right, we all know about the bankruptcy filing. That's all old news. But, so most of the properties, obviously the initial $1.525 billion offer, so they've made well over $2 billion proceeding with the sale of the real estate as they have done, rather than selling them all to Estes for the $1.525 billion. I mentioned good old Hunter and his lawyers now trying to say, well, give us another subpoena and he'll show up this time. Yeah, Pappy said, deal or no deal? No deal! Handcuffs and shackles, like they did to the Trump supporters who didn't show up for subpoenas. He did remind me that Don Trump Jr., actually received 5 subpoenas from Democrat committees. He showed up and testified at all 5. Put that in your pipe and smoke it, Hunter. And the Department of Justice, right? Yes, indeed. Well, 'tis the season, 2024 underway. Today, Caucus Day, the first in the nation, the Iowa caucuses. Everybody kind of gets together 7 o'clock this evening. Yeah, I'm sure when we get things underway, now, of course, they're an hour behind. They're in the central time zone. I'm not sure how long the process takes to go through because they do other business for the Republican Party, but undoubtedly during our program, as we come back at the midnight hour tonight, yeah, we'll see those numbers. And there's more than 2,000 caucus locations around the state. We'll see how quickly they can get those numbers all put together. But, yeah, it'd be interesting to see. Are we actually going to see? Is it going to be a landslide win for Donald Trump in Iowa, as most of the polling has suggested? Or might there be some surprises? Now, someone shared with me earlier, what was that? Something along the lines that I guess you're allowed to actually do same day party change in the state of Iowa. And then, like a bunch of Iowa Democrats, these are all like rumors. The Democrats may switch parties today to vote for Nikki Haley. That was Fox News, and the Gateway Pundit had shared that. I don't know, trying to upset the apple. In other words, Democrats would much rather have Nikki Haley on the ballot versus Donald Trump. But ready for the campaign ads. I know the folks in Iowa and New Hampshire and some of those early voting states are undoubtedly being inundated. U.S. political advertising will likely jump by nearly a third this year over the previous presidential election year, with television media, again, taking a lion's share of the dollars. According to the Insider Intelligence, the figure is expected to rise by about 30% from 2020. Yeah, we're talking $12.32 billion this year. Ad spending on traditional media, most of which is TV, will be up nearly 8% and account for 71.9% of all spending. That'll be good news for the major media networks, Fox News, CNN, MSNBC, which all have recent quarters been struggling with ad spending. 5 Republican candidates jostling to be the presidential nominee. Of course, Biden, the presumptive Democrat nominee. Digital platforms, which have historically drawn only a small chunk of political ad dollars, are expected to see a spike of 156% from 2020. Meta platforms and Google both expected to see some strong growth. While political ad spending is a small contributor to Google's total ad revenue, it's expected to be to more than triple the $553.2 million as more marketers take to the YouTube platform. So yeah, unless you're paying for the subscription fee to avoid commercials, your campaign advertising as you try to watch YouTube videos will be just one after another. All right, we'll close it out there on a Monday. Thank you so much. Have a great, safe day. Find a way to stay warm. Hope you can come back and join us at the midnight hour tonight as we'll kick off another brand new day of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Have a great day.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything